second delay, and we are live on YouTube.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order, so if you can please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, roll call of board members.
Kester. Here. Aaron's. Here. Slopsma.
Here.
Hoeksema present. Milnick.
Here.
All right, next we have set and approve the meeting agenda. I think we have several adjustments. I'm going to start off with the ones that I'm aware of. The first thing I'd like to do is move the Road Commission annual report. Dan Watkins is here, and we're going to move him immediately after declaration of conflict of interest so that he can get on with his day. Additionally, I would like to ask right before he speaks for public comment on Road Commission related items only, so he has an opportunity to hear any comments before he leaves today. All right, does anybody have a concern with those two changes to make sure we take care of the Road Commission first? Okay. We also have today, so after Dan is done, we will proceed to public comment. And immediately thereafter, we'll move to, if you can add to your agenda, after item G1 on your agenda, we have Brick House owner Jim is here today to talk to us about website improvements for us. So we will have him next. Okay. No concerns with that? Then what else do people want to change so I can mark up the agenda?
If we could add, I'm trying to find where this is on the agenda. Under J, unfinished business, if we could add a number 6 for discussion of censure and filing a surety bond claim.
I think that's new business.
What was that?
So what was requested to add clerk censure and discussion of surety bond claim, Jill had requested to put it after number 5 under unfinished business because it's a related topic. Do we have consensus that that's okay in terms of keeping the connected items together? Wendy commented that she views that as new business as opposed to unfinished business.
I also have a concern with that myself.
Okay.
We can put it under new business.
So we want to put it under new business then?
Yeah, can we do it
Make it number one, and then
yeah.
it's right after anyway.
Okay, you wanted it at the beginning of new business?
Yes.
I guess my question is whether it should be on the agenda at all.
Okay. So I guess we can,
You have a right to ask for it.
Okay. Is it a motion to amend the agenda to do that?
typically we handle all the changes with one motion, but we can make a separate motion to add that item.
Okay, I would rather that happen.
Okay. Are you grouping both of the items, Randy, or
No, just the,
just the censure?
correct, and surety bond issue.
And so you are including the surety bond?
Correct.
It's really
Those two.
two things. I think it would be appropriate to just vote on that right now so we know if it's going to be on the agenda or not. So can you make a motion? So apparently, you requested it, Jill. Can you make a motion to add that to the agenda?
I would like to make a motion to add discussion of a censure for the clerk and surety bond claim for the clerk in new business number 1.
Okay. I will second that so that we can have a vote.
Can we have a discussion?
Sure.
I guess my issue with this is that our 9 o'clock meeting was supposed to be for routine matters, and residents and board members have criticized us for having major issues at the 9 o'clock meeting. So I think here we go again with that. Secondly, more importantly, I guess, I just learned about this from a text yesterday morning pointing me to an email from the night before. And this has been a pretty busy week for me, including some medical issues as well as a planning commission meeting. I had an outpatient procedure. I was trying to read through material last night at 11 o'clock, and I figured, why am I doing this? I should have more time to look at this stuff. And then, of course, at the last meeting, we had a very specific motion about dealing with this, and I don't know where that status of that is. So I guess I'm not inclined to want to have this as an agenda item at this point. It could be a future item, but I don't feel I've had time to adequately understand what's going on.
I think Linda is planning on explaining that in unfinished business number 5, so you'd get kind of get caught up to where we are and what led to the next steps.
Okay, any other comments, Jill, as to why you want this on the agenda today?
It can be moved to a night meeting. I think it is important to address this promptly, though. I mean, I think have done everything that we needed to do, and we're at the point that is the next step. But
Okay, other comments from the rest of you? Wendy, comments? Tim, comments? I have no further comments. Roll call. So I'm gonna
Is the vote to put it on or to not put it on?
The vote is to put it on, because Jill recommended adding it. So roll call when you're ready, Wendy.
Aaron's,
No.
Kester,
yes.
Slopsima,
No?
Milnick,
No.
Hoeksema, no.
All right, so we will not be adding that today.
So
Okay.
do we make a motion to add it to the next nightly meeting at this point?
No, no.
Not at this time. We're just trying to do the agenda right now. Okay, I'm back to I have another item to add to the agenda under new business. I'll add it as item 7, and this is to, I'm sorry, oh, you're right. I got that over here. Sorry, I didn't flip the paper. Add it as number 8, and it is to discuss authorizing a purchase order for electronic speed signs, which we talked about during our budgeting. Is there any discussion on that? Are people supportive of that?
Yes.
I'm looking at Tim and supportive. Okay, so we'll add electronic speed signs as item 8.
Did you get the minutes that we're gonna?
Yep, I was gonna say too, I want to just correct our consent calendar to notate that we will be looking at meeting minutes from the 19th of March, the 24th of March, the 26th of March, 31st of March, and April 13.
April 13th is still not on the website. I
It
still
is.
haven't been able to see it.
It's there, I'm looking at it.
As of
It's-
last night, it wasn't.
It was.
So I haven't been able to view
It was, if you remember, that's a one-item meeting, so I think if we need to take a break and give people 5 minutes to read that was a one-item agenda. So I think that was simple. Is everybody okay with, I mean, we need to do this per statute.
And
That's
there's-
really not a choice.
There's 2 closed sessions in there too for the 26th and the 31st.
Okay. All right, so we might need to take a 10-minute break to do a little bit of reading there. Okay. I also have an item to add under the park issues. I want to add a 4th bullet item of park administrator proposal. And that is actually tied in to the discussion under K1 of the full-time firefighter park manager candidate. So I need to move item K1 up right after the hiring of the park rangers, which is the 3rd bullet. So we're gonna move that up there. And then add a new item, park administrator. Does anybody have anything else they want to add?
I'd like to add correspondence,
Okay.
Volmuth about the clerk and Bowman about short-term rentals.
Okay.
And then I'd also like to add to bills for approval, I have 2 items then in front of you. There was a missed lawyer fees, and then the recording secretary's invoice. Just those need to get done in a timely manner.
So in addition to Volmuth and Bowman on STR survey a little earlier, and this was since our last regular meeting, we had Bruce was email regarding meeting times, RORAF, comments on STR survey, and Irish Councilman on the STR ruling by Judge Stepka. So those should all be noted. Anything else anybody's got? All right, I'm gonna make a motion to amend the agenda as noted.
I'll second that, Melnick.
All right, motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Milnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? None opposed. All right, now we are gonna have a brief public comment restricted to just any items related to the road commission. And then we'll come back to public comment again after the road commission presentation. So would anybody like to step forward and make a comment regarding the road commission?
Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Okay. I skipped over declaration of conflict of interest. So does anybody have a conflict of interest today on the board with respect to today's agenda?
Nope.
No. None noted. Okay, thank you. So Jim, come on up. Tell us what's on your mind.
Well, first of all, I'm Jim Gaskin from Church Street. If I make comment on the road commission, will I still be able to make public comments after?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, you will.
Since I have no idea what's going on with the speed limit signs, and it's been over a year since they were stolen. I'm assuming they were stolen because they were taken down and nobody was told that they were being taken down. Township has done nothing about the speed limits being supposedly 55 miles an hour here and over there. And I'm just curious when the road commission is going to look at it, which I've been told it's a state police thing, it's a road commission thing. It's, I'm tired of waiting for somebody to make this corner, and I'm worried about these kids on the corner, you know, just little things like that. And since y'all ain't doing nothing, I figured somebody could let me know what's going on. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Anybody else in the audience like to step forward and make a public comment or put a question here so that Dan's aware of it during his presentation time? Okay, Dan, I think we're ready for you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thought I would start out talking a little bit about, so we usually do a quarterly update here. What a winter we had. That was more than we expected, for sure. And then that last storm was something else. When we start looking at what we did this year for sand usage, salt, fuel, blades, we went through a lot this year. Definitely up from what we have in past years. We're still trying to add total numbers, so definitely gonna impact the budget. You know, that last big snowstorm, we really struggled with that. Probably learned a few things. Probably gonna try to get a couple of big V plows for some of our trucks. We had some older ones. That snow, I would relate it to like trying to push like wet concrete. Our trucks kept getting stuck. We are averaging getting stuck like 100 times a day, I would say, with our trucks, trying to pull each other out. Tow trucks, it was just really a mess. And then obviously that rolls right into, that was so much snow and it melted off, and all of our streams and swamps and creeks were already full. And then we just got this big rainstorm on top of that, so that really just compounded the issue. So currently that's what we're working on right now is the, you know, heavy rain and flooding that we had. So what we did is we had 2-man crews go out, and they have a tablet, and they went through, and we have every culvert, every bridge, anywhere water crosses, we have that labeled out on a GIS map. So we sent the guys out with tablets, and we gridded the whole county, and had them look at it. And what we did is we came up with 115 areas that were affected by the rain or flooding. Now, there might still be some more out there, so we do recommend anybody that comes across something, even if we already have it, we would rather get more information. We have the Citizens Reporter on our website. Please go ahead and report any issues that you come across. So we're starting to work on those. Originally, after the first night there, we had 8 roads that were fully closed down. We're now down to 4 roads that are closed. Some of them are some major culverts that we have to get, they're like live streams, different things like that. So we're working with Eagle right now, trying to get permitting to replace those. So that's currently what we're working on. One that we were able to do right now already that would be in this township was on Holly Road. There was a collapse there. It was just right on the edge. I think people are still able to drive by it. We did get that one replaced already. One of the biggest ones, I'm sure everybody's seen that, was Beitner Road. Obviously, we lost that bridge there. Luckily, we had that planned for a 2027 project, and that was identified for replacement because we were worried it could do that exact thing. So that is not really a culvert, it's kind of a hoop that has a live river bottom in there. And there was concern that if you ever got a large amount of rain, that it could get in behind there and start scoring underneath that. That culvert would drop and the road would come with it, and that's exactly what we saw happen. So luckily, we already had started making moves to do a design on that, and we have accelerated those now. We've talked to OHM, won the bid on that, and they're putting as much pressure as they can to do that. So it sounds like a long time. It's probably gonna be down for 6 months, but we're actually really ahead of the game if that just would have happened and we weren't working on that. South Airport, that was obviously a big issue. Came very close to losing South Airport. Our staff was out there all night armoring. Something that was really wild is the water levels came up. Just these massive logs started coming down the river like this big, and they were ramming into the bank, getting stuck in the culvert. So we were all night long just cleaning these major logs out. So we were able to get those out. We were able to get in, do some engineering testing, and get South Airport opened up. So that was huge for us. Talk a little bit about our 2026 project list is out on our website right now, so you can see our project list. One change we do need to update on that was we were doing Cass Road this year. We are no longer going to do Cass Road because that is our main detour road for Beitner Road. So we are no longer going to be doing Cass Road this year. A little bit here locally in the township. Also, we're doing the wedging, the chip seal projects. We have Cook Road and Skagmog. You are going to see the wedging and chip seal happening really fast here. You're going to see that probably towards the end of May, maybe even early June. You're going to see them come out and do that. I know we're doing that.
Dan, just make sure we understand, because we're super interested in that. So
Yeah,
that
sure.
wedging and chip seal will happen on those roads you said in May.
It could be May, early June at the latest, I would think.
Wow, so is that contract placed already?
For the wedging and the chip seal, that's where we're not crushing the road, we're coming through, we're,
Right.
putting that down there, trying to get that road surface back and chip seal. So those bids were awarded.
Okay.
We did get pricing back, so those are completed. We're just waiting for the vendors. Legally in Michigan, you can't start to chip seal until after May 15th. You have to have certain temperatures, the ground has to come up, so they can't even start until after the 15th. So that's why I say, depending on what roads they start with, when they come into the county, it'd probably be the end of May, beginning of June, they'll start working on those.
And who did those contracts go to? Just curious.
Yes, Elmer's won the wedging contract, and Forner won the chip seal contract. And they're actually starting to bring chip seal in right now. They stored in our yard, and they're bringing semi-truck loads of chip seal in every day right now. So we're actually starting to see the materials show up on hand.
Okay, and can you repeat again the name of the chip seal company? I wasn't familiar with that.
Yeah, it's called Forner.
Okay.
And so that's, the wedging is gonna be Cook Road, the entirety of it,
Yep,
and then the first 2 miles of speed line?
yep.
Okay.
And then for the bid, we're very, very close on doing that whole crushing scape on that second half of Skagmog. That should be going out here early May. We should see that come out, so getting really close on that. Trees, pretty much have all the tree removal done. There's just one little stretch, some overhanging, like maybe coming off of 72, the first 100 yards. There's a couple, no more trees to be cut, just some trimming up. They were working on that when the big rainstorm came, so we need to get back there, finish that up. I mean, it's probably a day's worth of work, if even that, to get the last of the trees done. Luckily, we were able to break one person loose, because we know we need to get this done, where I was surprised, we were able to break somebody loose this early, and they're actually out there stumping right now. So they're actually starting to remove the stumps. A lot of utilities, so it's gonna be a little bit slow going for the amount of stumps we need to remove. Some of them we're not even gonna be able to remove, so we'll probably just have to cut those down at ground level just because there's so many utilities intertwined with all the root system in there. If we start pulling stuff out, we're gonna cause some serious problems. But we do have staff working on that. This is a random one. If anybody needs stumps or trying to fill in a low area, or we got a lot of stumps to get rid of. We're looking for somewhere in the area that we can get rid of those stumps. So kind of a weird request, but if you know of anybody that would like those, we'd be happy with a short haul.
When does the grading start after the stumps are removed? Is that part of the second contract that you're going to be letting here shortly?
No, so once we get all the stumps removed, what we're doing, we're not gonna be able to do great big ditches out there. We're gonna have probably a grader come in, and they're gonna do we're calling it positive flow. We're trying to get that water away from that. So once all the stumps are out of the way, then we can come through with the grader, and we'll start to establish kind of a positive flow, a small ditch in there.
So that's something the road commission's doing itself, or
It
is
is
that?
the road commission, yeah. We're doing a lot of work on this project, trying to make it happen. It is, we had to rent some equipment to get trees down and stuff. I'm surprised at the amount of work we had out there. It was more than I had originally estimated. So there's a lot going on out there. This is kind of why I wanted to pull this up. A big thing that we've done here recently, if you go to our website, and then you scroll all the way down, not want to cooperate here. So you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see right here it says traffic counts. So we did a countywide traffic counts on all of the asphalt roads. So we knew how many cars were doing this. This is part of this long-term plan that we're trying to build. We went through and we drove all the roads, we have all the roads rated. Now you're trying to look at okay, what is my worst road with the most amount of cars on it? And they can start to build the plan from there. So you can actually look at, right now you can see there's just a ton of them, but if you start to go down, and then you can actually click on the individual township. So you can click right on Whitewater Township there. And you can look at just the roads within Whitewater Township. And you can start to look where traffic is actually flowing. Now this is not on any subdivision roads or any gravel roads. We looked at just asphalt roads. So this is definitely a tool that you can use. It's available to anybody. And then if you want, you can start to do, well, where's traffic coming back and forth from? And you could say, I want to look at Acme Township as well. And you can click on that. And then you can look at where traffic is actually flowing. Where's it coming into my township at? So this is really helpful for us for looking at building long-term plans for road construction. There's also, you can see the state highway. We put the state's most up-to-date on there, so you can look at how many, roads or cars are traveling on the roads in the state. And
So Dan, just so we understand that one that you just showed, the road going up Mission Peninsula, it was like, can you move your mouse over again? There you go. So it says like 6,500 cars, and then it says 24, is that 24-hour period?
That is when the study was taken was in 2024. So if you see a lot of ours over here, whoops.
Whoa, baby.
Yeah, those were done in 2025.
Oh, okay, yeah, because we saw some of those cameras mounted around. So these are per day counts.
These are your average per day. So they do it over a 48-hour period, and they make sure they kind of line up. If there was one day where all of a sudden the cars spiked and you saw like 1,000 cars more than the other day, then you take a look and say, well, maybe there was an accident, they detoured there, and then you redo that study to try to get that average as close as possible.
So it looks like we've got a couple high ones up there. It looks like that's Elk Lake Road, is that right? 3,700 a day. If you look north of M72 there, 3,762.
Yeah, that looks like it's.
2025.
Looks like it's out of line with the number farther down, 687. No, maybe not, 3,375.
So you're looking at probably Holly Road there.
That's probably a Holly Road, okay.
Yeah.
Yep, and you can see the numbers too, like when it goes, why are the cars dropping off, or where are they going, and you can start to find different roads and paths, and you can see where people are traveling. It's quite interesting when you spend some time on it. And there might be a little bit of data that might be something was weird out there, that we didn't catch. We can definitely clean some of that up.
So do you use this to kind of prioritize some, like,
This is definitely something that
improvement projects?
when we sit down, we can come in with the township and you're saying, what roads should we look at? What roads should we do? We can pull this up and say, all right, let's look, what is your highest car count? And then we can look at the data that we have of what is the rating of that road. And you can start to say, you know, if you really want to go after your most traveled road that's in the worst condition, and this is the information you can use for that. So.
Does your counts break down trucks versus passenger vehicles?
I believe the way it does it is like per axle, because that's what they're looking at, what's traveling there. So I think like a semi-truck would be like 2 vehicles, because it's counting that difference there. So.
Good.
Yeah, we're very excited about this. Definitely a really good step in doing something like that. So with this data, and then I think I've talked about it the last time I came out, where we did it was like almost Google Maps, where we drove the entire county, and you know, it's got cameras on it, it has the ride quality, and it actually picks up every little micro crack that's in the road. It picks up, you know, if it's a bumpy road, and that gives each road a rating, 1 through 100. So we take that data, we take the car count data, and we contract with Wade Trim, and they're currently putting in like a county-wide long-term plan, like what's the best way to go after this. What's kind of odd is it's more affordable to keep your good roads good. If you just go after the worst road out there and you spend all your money, your good roads are going to start to fail. So you got to get your good roads up, keep them good, and then with some of the leftover money, you start to attack those bad roads, so you'll just never get ahead. It's a little funny way to look at it, or to stop and think about it. Like, hey, why are you chip sealing this road? It's actually in really good shape. But for $70,000, I can extend the life of that road for 7 years. Versus I go after a road for $1 million, and I don't have the money to chip seal that road. Now this road comes down, and all of a sudden I have, you know, 2 roads that are, you know, need $1 million repairs. So, but again, this is just information. If there's any projects that the township wants to partner up on, take a look at. You know, we're always love to partner up on projects for local roads. You know, it's the 50% match. So this is just good data that we can actually have some hard figures, and it's just not that. You know, I think a lot of times maybe our gut feeling is correct, but this can help validate that. So one project we'd normally be doing right now, we're very into the high ridging. That's where we come through and we try to remove that lip that grows up over the asphalt road, and then get that water. That's all we're about, is get that water away from that road. Water is definitely the enemy on a road. Unfortunately, we're trying to get everything done right now with the storm, the flooding. And what happens is, by the time you get into May, the root system is so strong in the grass, you can't rip that up easily. If it's a big conveyor belt, it starts to plug up. So unfortunately, we're worried we're not gonna get as much high ridging done as we wanted, but we are gonna move into, you know, ditching operations this summer. We're starting doing mowing. All of our bids have been out this year, so we already have people lined up to redo our long line painting, guardrail repair. Obviously, I talked about our chip seal. All those kind of projects are going right now. Last thing I want to talk a little bit about was funding. I know we have the new road funding plan. So originally they talked about, they were looking to double our budget, and we thought, this is, wow, we can really do something with this. So then it came through and different things, and it ended up coming up about a 35% increase is what we're looking at. When they did that, they canceled some other programs before the new programs took back off. So actually, so far this year, we've actually seen 11% decrease in funding. What we're being told that as the, you know, the new gas tax and stuff like that starts to come through, we'll catch up towards the end of the year. But unfortunately, I know we're all excited that, hey, we're gonna start seeing more money. Right now, we're averaging 11% less this time than we did last year, so.
Is that unique just to our county, or is that
It's-
everybody?
It's statewide. They canceled, the programs they canceled and moved stuff around before the new programs were in place. It actually resulted in less funding for everybody statewide, so. It'll take a little bit to get back to where we were, and then hopefully by the end of the year, maybe we'll have a little more funding than we did the year previous, but as of right now, we have not seen that, so.
Okay.
That's all I had for today. Again, always happy to come out. We can do quarterly, so I can come out times a year. Please don't feel like it has to be like a once a year thing like that. If you have any questions anytime, please feel free to reach out. Call, email, stop by. I can come out here. I'm usually trying to drive around. And then, of course, do you have any questions today?
So I have a couple questions just about projects. I mean, first of all, did the wedge and chip seal for Cook and Skigamog Road, did those come within the estimates, or did they
They
come
did.
in higher? Okay,
Yep, the wedging and chip seal came in good.
okay.
Unfortunately, we were seeing pretty good pricing. We are a little bit worried about that crush and shape section of what pricing is gonna come in and look like that. We are all of a sudden seeing a trend up, mostly related to fuel costs.
Okay, all right, and then secondly, I didn't see a list from you regarding just plain old chip seal for Whitewater Township. Do we have anything being chip sealed this year?
I would have to look at the chip seal list. I probably should have done that before I came out.
Okay, well, if you can
the
just
two
send an
projects that I
email.
know of.
I know that last year they did.
I believe it is on
Church
our
and Benton.
website. We have that posted
Oh,
currently of
okay.
what projects are getting done.
Okay, where on your website would we find that? Just
Boy.
as long as you get the screen up. And if you're not sure, that's fine. We can poke around and I can call if I can't find it. I just know last year we did Church and Vinton and a piece of old M72. Those are the ones that I recall last year were done.
Under maps, maybe?
Let's see here.
Projects, the projects button.
For the list.
Projects, there you go.
So there we go. Project list for 2026.
It's an eye chart. Yeah.
So here's our chip seal list right now currently. Arnold, Clark, Potter, Barney, Boyd, Fife Lake Road, Kingsley Road, Hammer, Bott, and Town Line. So
And is
those are,
the Town Line project, that would be us, right? If it's on your list.
that one's actually Hammond Road to South Airport, but there is another one on
Another
here
Town Line.
where you look at partnership projects. And that one is 31 to Elk Lake Road. And that one, Elk Lake Township actually wanted to partner up with us on that project.
So does that mean that's approved?
We still do not have it in writing from Elk Lake Township. We have that on there. On our end, we're saying we'll match. They still need to get a contract in place with us agreeing to do the 50%.
So that's a project that the township doesn't have to contribute funds to that, correct?
No, Elk Lake Township, which is a little odd because it's Antrim County, it's our road, wanted to partner, but it is a border road.
Don't say that. Okay. If they want to help, we like help. All right, I can follow up with Dorrance Amos on that. Okay. All right, Randy, you had some questions?
Just a quick one. Several years ago, there was some work underway at the Road Commission about reclassifying roads in the county in terms of arterials, collectors, and so forth. Can you tell me where that stands these days? Is there something new coming out?
Sure, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. I should have wrote that down here. So with that car count, we could actually prove that, and we did submit to the state this year several roads that we're looking to have them switch from primary to local roads. We're waiting for approval from them. We probably will hear July, August back if those roads were switched.
Okay. Does that affect what's on the federal aid system versus what's
does, yeah.
what's local?
Yep.
Okay. When do you think that'll be done? Is that,
Usually, we were hoping to hear something back July, August from the state, whenever they get done processing everything.
thank you.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Since we have the public here and the question was asked, can you explain the process for requesting that speed limits be changed on roads? I know that cities, my research, cities have authority to set limits on their local roads.
Yep.
Townships cannot.
So, again, it's where we run into trouble. We see this a lot with people think cities have totally different rights than we can for putting in sidewalks, for setting speed limits, putting signs. We are not the authority on that. The state police makes ultimate decisions. A township can request to have that looked at, and as well as the county, or the road commission, we can take a look at it and make recommendations to the state police, but it is, at the end of the day, it is totally up to the state police to make that decision. It is a very, very difficult thing to get accomplished. I have yet to see one get changed. Most times, what it does, it's the 80th percentile where people are driving. So almost every time we do a speed study, it shows that you should raise the speed limit. Now, luckily, most roads are, if it's not posted, it's set to a 55-mile-an-hour road. And roads are constructed not to exceed a certain speed, so you won't increase them on a local road or a primary road past 55. If you remember a few years ago, a lot of the state roads, trying to think of, like down towards Mesick, 37, down through those are all 55-mile-an-hour roads that got raised to 65 mile an hour. Those roads are constructed to be able to handle that speed, so those were raised. Our roads are not constructed for those speeds, so they don't go over 55 miles an hour.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we did submit the township request for the state police, to look at Church Street and to Skigamong Point Road. Why would a residential area like Church Street, the 25-mile-an-hour, be taken down? Why would that happen?
I'm not familiar with this one. That was actually the first I'd heard of it today. I'd have to look into it. If it's not been a study.
But is there, like, you're just going around taking down signs, and isn't a residential area still 25 miles an hour?
There's so many factors and warrants that have to get met.
Okay.
And again, that's the state police. This is not us doing this. It's not us doing that. I'm not aware of us taking down a sign. I'm not sure when that sign came down.
Yeah, yeah, there's people saying that they did see the road commission take it down. So we're just
If
wondering
the
where
road
this
commission did, it probably was the state police contacting us saying there's an illegal sign.
Then you should have record of it.
Again, I've only been the manager 2 years. I don't know if this is previous to me being here. I'm not aware when this happened. It's the first I've heard of it, so.
So is there a way for you to check on that, to see if there was a work order to remove the sign? And I realize it might have been prior to your time, but is there any way to try and get to the bottom of whether that was suitably removed or not?
I can tell you, we would not have removed it without a request from the state police, so there's gotta be a reason why. I will tell you, we have seen in other places where residents will take their own signs down, or they will actually put signs up of what speed limits they want. And when the state police find that, they do contact us and ask us to remove those.
So
This was a permanent sign right across from the church at the other end. It was as you were heading east. So it was a sign.
Okay. Yeah, I can take a look at that. I can say if we put in for something, I can give you a good example. Lafreniere Road, right there, very busy. They have the Beta was put there. There's tons of apartments put there. We put a request in there to see that speed limit lowered almost 2 years ago, and we still have not received back an answer on that. So that's kind of your timeline. There's one person from the state police that does this for all of northern Michigan, and he also does any fatality-related accidents is also part of his duties. So that pretty much takes up all of his time to handle those.
So we have, to my knowledge, we have 2 speed study requests, one for Skigamog Point Road and one for Church Vinton area. And we put those in approximately a year ago. It was like in the spring of 2024. And I know I spoke to you, Dan, a few months ago, and you said that, they might be getting in contact with us asking for a resolution. As I recall, it was something to do with just surety that we would accept whatever their analysis is. Like, it's not a negotiation, it's an analysis. And
They're so busy and there's so much. A lot of people will say, I'll come back and say, the speed limit should not be changed. They don't have time for that to come back to them a second, third, fourth time. That's whatever their decision is they want that to stay that is their decision. and they will not spend any time or effort looking at that a second time.
Yeah, okay. And I do remember that. Basically, it's an agreement that we will accept whatever their analysis is and not continue sticking it in the system over and over again.
Right.
Okay. Other questions?
It would be helpful for us to know, like with one of your maps, what is the speed limit on all of the roads in the county? Would be, I think, kind of helpful, because in our township, I mean, it sounds to me like everything's 55. But I don't know if that's true, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, again, speed limits aren't really our thing.
Yeah.
We don't set them. We have no control over them. We just, the only thing we're in charge of is putting a sign up once we're told. That's what-
Google Maps has a list, because when you do the travel thing, it tells you what the speed limit
They're
is.
pretty accurate. I'm not sure how they get the
I don't know.
information, but it's pretty accurate.
It's out there.
I wonder if the state of Michigan website would have that information.
Yeah. Any other questions that anybody has today? Jim, do you have a quick question you want to add?
Just very, very quickly. You said you could. Can you approach the podium? Sure. I'd be glad to. Jim Gaskin, again. Just a quick question. You talked about when you review the cars and the number of cars going through. Is that done in March or is that done in July?
We did most of those, it was August, I want to say, when they
Okay.
came through and did them this year.
I was just wondering if it was, Cherry Festival time or not. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right, Amanda, it's a quick thing.
I'm Amanda Fenlon. I was here for a short time as the deputy clerk, and in that short time, I'm also a resident of Whitewater Township. I did investigate this, the speed things, whatever, they're just portable ones. I called the state police. They deferred me and said they do not deal with that, the portable speed signs. So then I called the county to see if there was any available. There was none available. So, since we do not have a sign on Church Road or Vinton, I would try to do the due diligence, and I just kept getting passed on and passed on. I do think it's important, and this is not directed to you at all, Dan, but I do think it's important to state the speed. People fly down that road, people fly down Vinton, and piggybacking on what Mr. Gaskin said, there's children on these streets. We have no idea what the speed limit is. We assume it's 25. Some people assume it's 65 in their short time from coming off of Williamsburg Road, going down Church onto Vinton. So, the state is not in charge of the portable speed limit signs, just so you know. Right, that's it.
All right, thank you.
That is a good point that we have seen with different things with studies. I'm sure everybody's aware of it. Just because you put a speed limit sign up, they're still gonna drive where they feel comfortable at. I mean, you can put a 35 up, and if they feel comfortable at 55, they're still gonna travel at 55. The only thing that we've seen that curves that is actual law enforcement.
They don't even know what the speed limit is.
Okay.
Out here on the corner on Church Street.
All right, folks, Arnell, do you have a quick question? I see you approaching.
Arnie Boyd, Bags Road. The best, everything is sidetracked, asking for signage and everything else, and the best comment that I can make to you is to contact your state police, not in Traverse City, but over in Gaylord, and lean on them. Because I can slow traffic down in a day on 72 at Bags Road where it crosses. A couple phone calls, and they react to the local people, the sheriff's department, and the local state police office over in Kalkaska, as well as Traverse City. Black and White, Grand Traverse, and Kalkaska as well. You surely can slow traffic down on Vinton and Church Street, Skagway Point Road the same way. Just make a nuisance of yourself, and they will respond, if nothing more.
Okay.
Doesn't the township participate with the Black and White Sheriff's Department that used to be at Acme?
We used to, but not anymore. That's not in place anymore.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right, thank you, Arnie. All right, thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Have a productive day out there. I know you got lots to do.
Yep.
All right.
More meetings here.
Okay, so we're going to return to public comment here. So this is general public comment. Andy?
Andy Steelman, Chris Broad. Once again, we're here talking about some divisive topics. You guys said you're not gonna do that. Thank you, Randy, for sticking up for that. And I mean, I know things have to be done. And then, and I understand, thank you, Jill, for trying to handle a situation that should be handled timely. We understand that. People will understand that. That brings me to Wendy. I don't know all the details and whatnot, Wendy, but if somebody makes a mistake working for me and they take $3,000 from me or whatever, I realize that, you don't work for me, but you kind of do. So I would like to give you a big, long speech like I would one of my employees, but you know all that. It just looks like if you make a mistake, you say, hey, I'm sorry, guys, I made a mistake. How can I fix this and make it right? And I would still, I think I deserve this money or whatever. I still think I deserve this, but can we go about it the right way or whatever? By taking all the time and costing lawyers and fighting it all, it kind of starts to look like embezzlement, and I don't like that word. I don't think that's what you were doing, but that's what it starts to look like. It shows poor character and things like that when a person doesn't just say, sorry, how can I fix this and make it right with you and everyone else. It's going to be hard to move forward from this because of how it's being handled and what's happened and whatnot. We already, as the people are starting, have kind of distrusted you guys since early on, a year ago or whatever, and it takes a long time to build back people's trust and stuff. And I don't want to say you can't be forgiven or whatever, but I really hope that you treat this like more responsibly from here on out. And handling it timely is good, you guys. We got a lot of stuff to get in order, and you have a big job. I know you do. And I don't think you're paid enough at all. I got guys that sweep floors that make more money. I'm sorry, but it's the way it is. I don't think it's supposed to be a full-time gig, but it looks like it's more than a full-time gig. So they need to fix that for everyone that does this stuff. Get with the times. We're going to be talking about the civil infraction policy again, it looks like, and I wanted to bring up, and I couldn't make it last time, but we don't have a ticket book currently. That shows how wonderful a neighborhood we live in, what a great place. We don't even need ticket books. We haven't needed them for 30 years. We haven't needed that. I realize we've had a few problems over the course of the time, but that's the kind of place that we live, and that's the kind of place that some of us would like to keep it that way. So I'm hoping you guys take that into consideration when you're trying to revamp things. And I know you're just, straightening up, but one word might change the way things are handled and might change one word change in a policy might turn something into a weapon that was, really just there for the worst case scenarios. And I know you guys know that stuff, but I wanted to bring it up that's how it feels to us people that, you're making little change. Well, that's not a little change, Bringing a ticket book out and starting to use it is not a little change in our neighborhood. I get that we need a little bit of enforcement. I'm not totally against it anymore. But anyway, thank you guys for everything you do.
This is a public comment on behalf of Connie Highmore, Baggs Road. She couldn't make it today, but she wanted this to be read. Board members, I'm quite concerned about the issue that is unraveling in the township concerning the clerk's pay. I have yet to hear that Wendy didn't earn the money. It appears that there is an issue with the process in which the payments occurred. I'm not sure why this couldn't have been handled at the board table with conversation and transparency. It makes no sense to me or many of the people who I have talked to that the board would choose to spend upwards of $7,000 on fighting something that should have been resolved in public without expensive charges from attorneys. It appears that every member of the board had their hands in had their hand on this at one point or another. The trustees are supposed to be looking at the money at all times. The treasurer signs the checks along with the clerk, and all of you vote to approve the bills every month. It seems like a process error by each and every one of you. Stop spending taxpayer dollars to fight a process error. This is just one of many things that are happening that has the public questioning the ethics and the competency of Whitewater Township government. Please stop the madness and get your house in order. Whitewater Township reputation is at stake. Once again, the township has become the focus of many newspaper and TV stories. You also have some kind of rat in the henhouse leaking these stories, sometimes with confidential information, to the press and social media. This public smear campaign against the clerk, this is a public smear campaign against the clerk. Enough is enough. Do the job you were promised to the residents of the community when you campaigned with the New Day, New Leadership. Connie Highmore, Baggs Road. Jeff Zenas, speaking my point, brother.
All right, would anybody else like to make a public comment today?
Hi, it's Jim Gaskin again. Last meeting, I'll be quick on this. Last meeting, it was requested that the meetings be moved to the evening, basically because a lot of people that work around here, it costs them money from where they work. And the number that was mentioned was $200, and there was like the feeling that something was gonna happen, that it was gonna make a change, it's gonna go back to evening meetings that would be beneficial to the people. Obviously, I'm here at 9 in the morning, it didn't happen. I'm still concerned about the safety of the people working in here during the day. I look at what's going on in the world, I'll leave it at that. Panic buttons, I think, should be put in here for all of you when you're here and you're working. I just call it a gut feeling, but something doesn't feel right, and I think that's a way to stop it, or slow it down, I should say. I'm also concerned about our upcoming election. My concern is that people outside of this group could possibly decide to disrupt our voting. I won't use any governmental names, but people from there, I'm sorry, but looking at the world, it's a concern. There needs to be a plan in place should it happen. If it doesn't happen, great. If something does happen, at least we've made the attempt. And one of the last things that I want to say, I think that sometimes the board has forgotten who you work for. You're part-time employees. You're temp employees. You work for the people, by the people, and of the people. Sometimes I feel you don't see that. I think you're more worried about how's it going to look for you, what's beneficial for you, and not while you're here working for the people. I understand you work long hours, and maybe you need to look at that seriously and need to say, hey, let's change it. Let's slow it down a little bit. But tell people what you're doing. Because right now, you work for me. And I want you to remember that. If you took an oath in office to get into office, if you held your hand up and said, I will, I think you better. It's the right thing to do. If you don't like what I said, you're more than welcome to talk to me. Because I do believe in conversation. I do believe we need it. And I don't think you're listening to us. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. Would anybody else like to make a public comment?
Kim Mangus, 5101 Brownbriar. The first thing I want to say is a thank you to Randy and Jill both on the exact same topic. Jill, I appreciate that you want to address things in a timely manner, and hey, maybe that we shouldn't push this down the road. And Randy, I already had it in my notes. The agenda for this morning's meeting does not read like boring business matters that the public does not care about. And the easiest way for me to say, okay, well, maybe that's just my opinion because I come to a lot of these. I'm not alone in here. So that's a pretty good indicator that maybe our agenda is not boring business matters only. The second item is somewhat benign, but would really make a big difference for a lot of us who attend meetings, or for anyone who attends a meeting. That TV should be up there. I don't know if it occurred to me if there's any reason it's over here. 2 of you already have to turn around to see it. If it's up there, only Linda would have to turn around. And when we have someone like the gentleman before that's discussing things with you, none of us can see it. It would really help. It's a huge screen, and you have just enough space right up there. The last item is the Planning Commission short-term rental survey. I understand it is just in its draft phase, and I sat through Monday's meeting. But I felt that it was necessary to bring this to your attention. The draft that they're starting with, I am very uncomfortable with. That survey on short-term rentals is designed to form opinions. It is not designed to solicit opinions. The best evidence of this is the fact that it has the question, should we regulate, not allow, at the beginning of the survey? And then it gives a whole bunch of information embedded in questions, and then it asks the same question at the end of the survey. And when the designer of the survey was asked about that, he said, well, that's to see if you changed your opinion while you were doing the survey. No. Any survey that we do that changes people's opinion is inappropriate for this board to have paid for. Paying to get people's input, I 100% will always support. Paying to change people's opinions, that's not appropriate. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim.
Good morning, Julie Zenas, Skegumog Point Road. Residents deserve to know the outcome of the township's STR case and understands its implications. At this time, Trustee Milnick's report appears to be the only reference in today's packet, and there has been no formal written report from the board to share with the public regarding this case. We've paid a lot of money for it. It's been going on for well over a year plus. The Planning Commission was recently informed that pursuant of the decision, the discussion from the 86th District Court of Grand Traverse County, the Whitewater Township zoning ordinance prohibits short-term rentals. However, without a full report and public discussion, residents are left without transparency that they deserve. The recent decision should not be used to expedite the work of the Planning Commission. And I agree with Kim, that first draft, it's tough. It's tough, and I'm going to comment on that in my second public comment. Is completely of this matter. It's important that the issues of all of the residents, not just a small group, either side, all residents of this issue need to be done carefully and correctly to help increase the trust for both the board, the Township Board, and the Planning Commission. I respectfully request that a formal report be shared with the residents of Whitewater Township and discussed publicly so residents can clearly understand the outcome and next steps. Finally, since I've been attending these board meetings, it's been a year now, wow. There have been concerns about the financial books balancing. Money has been spent, extra trainings have been spent, whole kit and caboodle. During today, the treasurer's readout of the report, I would ask that she provide verbal summary of the township's financials, including whether we're running ahead or behind budget, and confirmation that the books balance. If they do not balance, why? And what's next steps? And I'm not looking for just March. I'm looking for the entirety of the financials. Do we balance? Please answer the question, do we have missing money? Because that's what's out there. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your service. Thank you.
All right, would anybody else like to make a public comment at this time? Okay, we're going to move on with the agenda. The next thing we have is Jim Sundberg, if you'd like to come forward to the podium. We got an update from Jim. He's going to talk about a proposal to improve our website and touch on a few issues.
I'm Jim Sundberg. I'm with Brick House Interactive, and we have a family-owned business here in Williamsburg. And I guess I don't want to talk about all the details of the website. That can be a later, it's more involved. But the two major things are, and we've been trying to redesign and revamp the website with people that were here way before you were here. It started actually about 7 years ago. I looked at the first bid that we submitted. And one of the big reasons is within about, I'd say 12 to 18 months, the format that was chosen by maybe one or two previous groups before you, we presented 3 different options for the website that would be easy for people within the township to update. And they chose Weebly, which is, it's a great platform. It's a lot like Wix or Square or one of those. And so we produced it in Weebly. It's run for a long time. It's had a couple little issues, but for the most part, it's run really well. Within the next 12 to 18 months, that format is going away completely. So we kind of knew that might happen years ago. So in the last 7 years, we proposed at least twice that we redo it, but it never went anywhere. We're proposing that again, that we update the website to a better format that has a longer shelf life. The other issue is ADA compliance in April, I think 2027, is that right? Yeah, the township is required to be ADA compliant, which is another layer on top of the website. So both of those things will have to be done. Our company has a history. We've done Acme Township, which we've also tried to get to redo for about 5 or before COVID anyway. We also do Kalkaska. We also do a number of major industrial websites and restaurants and things like that. And we've been doing it for 25 years or so. And our company, we've also had a really good history of trying to do things at a reasonable cost. We're a family-run business. And I don't think we've ever lost a bid on price in our life. So we've lost it for other reasons. But so anyway, I guess I don't have anything else to say. I think they printed out something. Did you?
Yeah, the note that you sent earlier this week after we met on, we met on Tuesday morning with Jim. Tim and I did, just to talk about this some more. And we have this later on our agenda to discuss. I mean, basically here, Jim is offering to get our website up to date and enhanced for $3,000. So we can talk about that later in the agenda as a business item. Does anybody have questions for Jim based on what he provided in writing to us?
Well, can't we just, I thought we moved that item up. I thought that was the item. Why wouldn't we just deal with it now?
I guess if you guys are comfortable now, I guess the first question is, do you guys have questions for Jim regarding what he's provided?
Do you already have websites that are compliant? You've already done this before for other townships and have kind of a roadmap for the
The ADA compliance is something that, for townships, that we were made aware of about 2 or 3 weeks ago by Peninsula Township. We did their original website, but then they took it over. It's still the same website. They had requested, or they had contacted us and told us that they received a communication from, I don't know who it was, a state, I think it was a county, saying that they had to be compliant by April of 2027. That was the first that we heard of that. We've done other websites, like our own website is currently ADA compliant. We do the Traverse City Airport website, that's ADA compliant. There's some additional things that were added to the ADA compliance in the last year, and we're updating that for the airport. But in terms of percentages, I think right now, legally, you have to be, I think it's above 70%. There's tools that we have that can grade whether you're ADA compliant or not, and you have to be above 70%. I think the airport is like 75 or 76%. Our own website is like 85%. Even the companies that make the ADA compliance plugins or tools that you use, we tested all 5 of the top ones. They're like anywhere between 80 and 94. Nobody's 100. That's impossible. Well, I don't say impossible, but it would, and one of the issues you have is PDFs. Going forward, we're investigating a tool right now. I'm scheduled to have a meeting next week with this company that has a brand new tool that just came out this month, and it's supposed to be able to make PDF files ADA compliant with just a few clicks. It uses AI. I haven't been able to test it yet. It just came out, but that would be a miracle if they could do that. Because right now, if you had to manually do that, it would take you days for each PDF document. It's really involved. So we'll have a report on that later.
All right, other questions, board members? Randy?
So this reformatting, does that includes potentially reorganizing the way information's categorized in the website, for example?
Oh, yeah. It hasn't been changed. We've requested many, many times in the past over the last, that site is over 10 years old. But I don't think that we've ever received an actual detailed document asking for those changes, but that is going to be the process when we redo the website. And of course, it's a website, it's not a printed brochure, so if we need to change things because of public comment or your comment or whatever, we can absolutely do that.
So can you tell us a little bit more about the burden that gets put on the township as far as its own decision-making about how information is organized? I mean, I've been involved in some similar projects elsewhere in municipalities, and some of the challenges trying to figure out, how do you organize the information so that it is the most sought-after information is easy to get to, and that it's clean and well organized. Some of that burden falls on the township to make that decision about how it wants to organize its own information, and then conveying that to you to help make that happen, right?
I think that, as I said at the beginning, I think that's a very detailed discussion that would probably take way longer than I have.
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to draw attention to the fact that there's the programming aspect of it that you take care of, but then the township has an active part in figuring out how to organize its information and make it available.
We've also been investigating, well, we've been doing this for years, but investigating other government websites to see what new things they're doing. One of the things that we did on the info site that we just created this year, was it? Or I think we finished it this year.
End of last year.
Yeah. We incorporated a very advanced search engine that can actually not only search the contents of the website, but it also searches the documents within the website, including the PDFs. So like, let's say if you wanted to know what, it'll search the agenda. So if you want to say, what was on the agenda in whatever, you could even search by somebody's name and say, Joe Smith, and it would pull up all the search results where he said, he said anything in the minutes or said anything was on the agenda or whatever. And you've used the search engine for that, and that'd be one of the things we'd be incorporating to help people find.
That would be helpful. I've tried to use the search engine as well, and it's kind of limited.
In the info site?
Currently now, if you just do the search in the top of the website.
Of the main website or the?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that would completely be replaced.
Yeah.
That's the same search that's been in there for, I don't even know how many years, 12 years.
Okay, other questions that you guys have for Jim?
So,
go ahead.
my understanding from our discussion earlier was that this is to get our current site basically modernized, and you notice he already did one fix with the phone and made the menu so it actually shows up now better than it used to. So he's, but we pay him an amount per month to do things as we need them.
Actually, yeah, it's actually every 3 months, but
Okay, but,
Yeah.
but anyway, so we can contact him and do this or do that with the website. And so this would be an additional task to get everything, like you said, all updated. And like you said in the memo, does not include all of the ADA stuff that needs to happen. He's still researching things. Maybe another company would be a subcontractor of him or something, I don't know. But he'll come back to us at another time for whatever that additional cost would be. But starting to do this now, a year ahead of when we need to have it done, is a very good idea, I think, so.
I think there's also just the existing website, just the underlying structure that's coming to an end. And you explained on Tuesday that for security and not having our website corrupted, we need to get off that platform.
yeah.
And sooner would be better.
And there's no choice on that.
Right, there's no choice. It's something we have to do. But I think, just knowing that we've only got a year to get this done, that was the point of having, sharing the information from the board so we can make an appropriate decision.
And we would, as we build it, we definitely I'm already writing down suggestions for how to like you're saying, organize things and all that. But the way we would do it is get your suggestions, my own suggestions, and if you have public comment, whatever. But then we would give you the first rough design with some of the content. You could look at it, we make adjustments, then we show it again. It'll always, while we're doing it, it would be available to the board at least for reviews. You could look at it,
Like a
whatever.
test site, is that what you're referring to?
Well, it's not really a test, it is the site, but it's just not live.
Okay,
Because
that's
your
fine.
domain name
Right.
at the end has to be pointed to the website.
Right,
We have a development version,
sure.
and you would have access to that to make comments and all that. And like I said, it's nice because unlike a printed piece of paper or brochure or whatever that, if you print a brochure and make it and you send it out, you could reprint it, but you have to do the whole thing on a website. If you need a page changed or a menu item moved around, sometimes it can be done while you're on the phone talking to somebody. And the only reason we haven't updated a ton of the things that I would like to do is we've never actually had a signed contract to do that.
Okay,
So, just like any other business, we don't do the work until we're contracted.
Do you know of any other township that is completely compliant right now that we could look to just to kind of see it?
I checked out about 10 or 12 in the last couple of months. I know there was, I can send that to you. I just don't remember.
That's okay, yeah.
Can you explain what the ADA compliant means? It's the font, it's the reading it out loud, is that correct?
You basically, there's two main elements to it. There is a widget that's offered by a lot of, we use one called From User Way right now for the airport. They all look the same. You'll see a little icon if you see the beginnings of ADA compliance. You'll see a little icon in the corner somewhere on the screen. It looks like the little man, or woman standing like this.
Yeah.
Usually in round or square. And then when you click on it, it brings up all these tools that allow you, if you're can't see very well, or if you're blind or whatever. Obviously, if you're blind, you're not going to use that. But it also then, on the other hand, has to be keyboard compliant, so you can navigate with your keyboard.
Okay.
There's other elements to it. A lot of this exists in the background. So like if you look at that, you might see the little icon in the corner. All the other things like the ARIA labels and things like that you don't see it. But if you're using these tools, you will see it. And so manually, it's a combination of, you have to do some manual coding. There are some plugins that help. And then there's the ongoing testing. So I guess that's the three main things. And you have to do the ongoing testing because if you're adding things or doing other things, and then something changes with a browser, like Chrome updates something, you're going to need to make those changes to be compliant with what's new 6 months from now.
okay, so any other questions that the board members have?
Just mention that the MEDC also has some guidelines for local governments. That's Michigan Economic Development Corporation, so we should look at that as well.
Yeah, and the there's a document that you sent me, I don't remember,
Yeah, that was the MTA. It's the same thing that's in your packet
Yeah.
regarding this topic. It's just a high-level overview
Yeah.
as to what the ADA requirements are.
And as I said, we do the testing with it.
Yeah.
We wouldn't launch the site until it's tested and confirmed. One of the companies that we're working with, the companies won't be doing the work, we'd be doing the work, but they provide tools. And one of the companies also has a risk assessment test that they can run. We're also dealing with the same kind of thing. We've got a company that, it's not ADA compliance, but it's PCI compliance for a company that takes credit cards or whatever. And the same kind of thing. There's a lengthy testing process that they do. I think on that one, it's like every month to make sure that you're not at risk for using a credit card, you know?
Okay, so I believe the next, I think there's really two things that we should consider doing today. The first thing I would say is, I think it would be helpful if we have one or two board members that would agree to work on an ongoing basis with Jim, and then obviously report at every regular board meeting the progress on the website. And obviously, some of this is going to be homework for all of us as well, to be able to just look at the, whatever you call it, the developmental site and give feedback. I mean, we all receive feedback from the public different times. Like, I've had people call me frequently just trying to locate a packet for a meeting if they don't normally do that. I've had those kind of questions quite a bit, of people wanting faster, easier access to immediate meetings coming up for them. So, but I think we all receive feedback like that, that we should all consider to try and just make it quicker and easier for people to use the website to
I
find
do think
what
on
they
that one point, I think I talked to you or Tim about it the other day, is we had that same kind of thing come up with the airport, where we had people wanting those and wanting it all together in one place, and we created a new calendar 2 or 3 years ago. And it includes the packets, agendas, the date, the time, the name of the meeting and all that, and it's in one collective calendar.
Right.
And that has been really well received. They do meetings just like you do. They have public come there. They do, it sounds like almost exactly the same process.
Right.
For the Northern I think it's the Airport Administration.
So I think the question here is, and I'm just throwing this out to the board, is anybody here sitting at the board today willing to take on working specifically with Jim to start working on enhancements to the website? He's already got ideas. You know, he obviously does the work, but just, I think it would be really helpful if he had 1 or 2 people that he would work with during the course of a month, and then we would review it monthly as progress is made. Is anybody interested in taking that project on?
So I think that I'm the obvious choice. That I own the clerk's office is the record keeper of all the documents that are on the website. And I do work closely already with Jim, so I'm willing to keep doing that.
Okay? Anybody else want to be part of that? Or, so, given that, I am real happy here to make a motion to appoint Wendy Hoeksema to lead the website redesign and review progress at each regular township board meeting. Because I think it is necessary to get moving. So do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
So motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Milnick. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. So secondarily, in order to move on this, we need a motion to pay the man for doing the work. So I would like to make a motion to issue Brickhouse a purchase order for $3,000 to redesign/upgrade the Whitewater Township website.
I'll second that.
So
And I think that was a not to exceed, wasn't it? I think
Yeah,
wasn't-
it was a not to exceed.
it is a not to exceed. So motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Hoeksema. Any further discussion?
Is that the $3,000 is for the, it'll be done in a year, but it's
No.
to start the process?
It's the
It
main-
is to basically redo the website, put it under a different underlying structure, so we can't use this Weebly anymore. And then we realize that there may be some additional fees for the ADA compliance.
The
You're
ADA
working on that.
What we would do, I think I spoke to you and Tim about it, is if we redo it, the formatting and all that, we would put the underlying framework in place that it could accept the ADA. Right now, the site that you have can't even accept the ADA compliance, so
Right.
that's another issue. We have to get rid of that format, besides the fact that it's going away. I think part of the reason that format's going away is because it's too old. The coding is too old that's on the base of it, and it can't accept some of these new things like some of the AI enhancements and the ADA compliance. So we would use a format that would accept all that. But yes, the ADA compliance would be another layer to it. And that would be the same as if you had to go out and get bids on this
Right.
from wherever. We've already talked to other groups that have gotten bids on that. I think we can do it for way less. That's the other thing in our industry that's, unfortunately, it reflects on us sometimes too, but we get things where we bid on things especially for government things or something, and you'll see somebody will come in and say, oh, it's $20,000 which I just recently heard from someone that it was gonna be over $20,000 to do the ADA compliance. And there's just no way. I mean, it might be $1,500 to $2,000 or something, but you're gonna,
Okay.
I guarantee you, if you put it out to bid, you won't get anything less than about $7,500 to just do the ADA compliance.
Okay, so we understand, to answer your question, we understand that there may be like an amendment to the PO to deal with the ADA because he's still further investigating that, and that was on his write-up. And so.
Yes, separate PO.
That's a separate PO.
Yeah,
All right, so it's back to the question on the table it's a motion to issue Brick House a purchase order not to exceed $3,000 to redesign/upgrade our Whitewater Township website. Ready to vote, folks? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you coming in. All right.
Thanks.
All right, Chief Morgan clearly had to step away here. So next we have the Planning Commission report. Randy?
Okay. In your packet is a report there that talks about the special meeting on April 20th as well as our regular meeting on April 1st. We had an extensive discussion about the winery, cidery, microbrewery ordinance that's under development right now that was talked about and then ultimately sent to Giffords Webster to help with a further review of that. They're going to provide some proposed edits on May 6th. There's still a number of areas in here that are need to be worked on. The latest draft of the update to the zoning ordinance is going to be the subject of a public hearing on May 6th, which is the next meeting. This is a fairly large bundle of zoning amendments that deal with condominium developments, the development process, PUDs, and the co-PUDs. So that hearing is set for May the 6th. We also spent time talking about the joint meeting that was discussed with the Planning Commission as well as with the town board. This was also discussed on April 20th, and I think the direction from the board was that the Planning Commission would move along with the survey development. As was mentioned during public comment, we did have the first draft of that looked at on April 20th, and it was the first draft provided by our consultant, and we've made some changes to that. Had a lot of good discussion and other drafts being worked on. It'll be discussed again on May 6th. The question that came up was the joint meeting between the Planning Commission and the town board, and the thought was that perhaps May 28th might work. That would be the regular second meeting of the town board, but normally it would be during the day. So the question would be if it could be at night. That did work for Planning Commission members. So I would throw that out there. My understanding was that the board wanted the Planning Commission to move this along pretty far to then have a joint meeting to discuss not only the survey questions itself, but also the methodology. There is two components to the survey as discussed, a telephone survey as well as a written online version of the survey. There's good reasons to do it two different ways that our consultant can talk with us about as well.
So you're recommending we consider having the May 28th meeting in the evening and allow the PC to join us at that
Yes.
meeting?
It's the ZBA time.
And we may have a.
ZBA, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
I won't be available that day either.
Okay.
Be in Alaska.
oh,
All right, so,
okay. So we can suggest some other dates then when we meet on May 6th. And it just came up during our discussion that we were looking at.
is May 6th or you said you have,
Yeah.
your next meeting is May 6th.
Next meeting of the planning
Our
commission
next
is-
meeting is May 14th, I believe. So is that too soon, do you believe?
I don't know. We've had version 1 and we'll have version 2 on May 6th. Whether that's version 2 is going to be far enough along to want to be.
Okay, so it seems to me that maybe the choice comes down to we either schedule a special meeting or you go for the meeting at the beginning of June. I think it's maybe
Okay.
June 11th, if I remember right.
Okay.
Do you want to make a decision on that right now, or do you want to get back with the PC and?
Well, I guess it's up to the board, really. I think we want to move this along, but then, we spent a fair amount of time talking about the quality of the questions and eliminating any bias in the questions and trying to be sure that it's not too long. And that's where a consultant helps us with eliminating bias. And also, by the way, the survey was sent to the representative from Michigan State who helped us work the workshop to look at the questions as well to identify any bias, and some feedback was provided. So outside people looking at this.
All right, so I'm just looking at the calendar and just kind of absorbing. I see your planning commission on the 6th. Our next township board meeting is that's planning commission on the 6th is a Wednesday. Our next meeting is 6:30 PM on the 14th. If that's too soon, we could potentially put something on the calendar the week of the 18th. That's open on the township calendar.
You're talking May or June?
It's in May. Or you could move into the June timeframe. But it sounds like you're a little bit concerned about kicking it all the way to June 11. That it's a little long.
Well, I guess the planning commission would have had two whacks at the version of the survey by that time.
So are you thinking just have it at the June 11th meeting?
No, I was thinking that at May 6th, so then if you,
The May
We
14th,
have a May 14th.
14th,
oh, okay.
and that's a evening meeting.
okay.
So that would work perfect.
that would work?
Okay.
Okay, so what we would do is have our normal board meeting, but there would be an interactive portion where the planning commissioners would join us at the table for a discussion.
Yes.
That's what you're proposing. All right, is everybody in agreement with that?
It'll just be a joint special meeting.
Okay. Well, I
we
don't
can
think
go
it
back
will
and-
be a joint special meeting. It's our regular meeting, and we're going to have this item.
Right,
No, it would have to be a joint meeting. They would have their own minutes.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's gotta,
but we can still do it on the same day.
Yes.
That's all
We can
permissible.
continue our meeting after, yeah.
Okay.
So
And
May,
do we still want to start it at 6:30 PM, or do we want to start a little bit earlier? What do you think?
we probably need more time to walk through that.
I would think that we should start 30 minutes earlier, just to make sure that we're not
6 o'clock.
here till midnight. Is that okay, Wendy?
The public doesn't like it when we keep changing the times.
Is it too confusing?
It is confusing.
Okay, so we can just drink coffee then.
The PC is normally starting at 7, that's what they're used to.
Okay.
And we're normally starting at 6:30.
Any other suggestions?
6:30 is fine.
The same.
I don't know if they'll
All right.
I don't know if we'll have a heavy agenda or not, but if it gets too heavy, we'll just
Yeah.
control the agenda, I
Right.
guess.
So
Okay.
joint meeting on the
All right.
May 14th at 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m.
Or we'll just do as much as we can and we just don't approve going past 3 hours.
Okay, and,
You know.
and Wendy, you'll do whatever you need to do as far as noticing that.
Of course.
All right,
Okay, I think we could go back and forth between dates and we'll never get done, so I think it's
Okay.
better just to
all right.
get this scheduled and do it. And,
So any other items that you needed to highlight? or
no,
did-
just as mentioned, the planning commission members were informed of the court case from the 86th District Court that says our ordinance does, in fact, validly was the term they used, prohibit short-term rentals in Whitewater Township.
And that we're going to include that in the newsletter that will go to everybody in May.
Okay, good. I guess I'd like to further comment, just because there's been questions from the public on this. There is no report from the board on this, because this is a court case, and the case is not resolved. It is still in process. The next action is a jury trial. And that's at the end of May. I think it was May 26th. 28th. Okay, thank you, May 28th. So.
So it's a piece of the entire
Right,
action.
but it is a very important piece of information that was reviewed very carefully by Judge Stepka. Okay. Moving on from here, back to the agenda. Deb, we're up to you on your zoning report.
My zoning report's probably the size that it is because the frost laws hadn't been lifted yet. So as soon as they lifted last week, my phone's been ringing off the hook, and I've gotten 4 complaints just today, and I issued my 21st permit this morning. So, yeah, things are really picking up in the zoning department. One of the items for the PC and the joint board that came out a meeting or so ago with the planning commission was a public comment with some of the new laws that are coming in with land division. I think Frank Highmore had sent an email, and you may have all gotten it, something about increasing the minimum size of a agricultural lot, that the minimum size, rather than it be 40,000 square feet, but that the board planning commission consider increasing that to be 10 acres, 5 acres, 3 acres, something other than 40,000 square feet. So I think that was an item that was on the planning commission that they were going to bring up at the joint committee. I did put my newsletter report together. I did include the Heidish case information in my document that I sent to Linda and Tim. The Grand Traverse County Road Commission is having a meeting on May 7th at Long Lake Township. I don't know if all of you guys got invitations to it, but I'm scheduled to go. I like going just to hear what's going on with all of Grand Traverse County. So it's a kind of a luncheon for MTA. I don't know, is it MTA?
It is.
It's MTA, but it's for planning commission members, board members.
I think the RSVP is by tomorrow.
Yeah, RSVP is tomorrow. Okay, also a reminder, we do have an opening on our zoning board of appeals. Dick Boyd called me yesterday. Actually, I was following up with him. I've got it's probably a 50-50 shot, maybe 60-40, that we'll have an appeal at the end of the month for a property down on Island Lake. And if Wendy would like help working with Jim Sundberg on the website, I wouldn't mind getting involved in that too. If, just so that there's a couple of people from the township that are there in case somebody can't meet with them, or just to bounce ideas off of, because I do updates on the township website as well. So.
I have one comment, just for everybody's awareness on the board. On Deb's report there, you'll see she's got complaint number 32, and it's about the property down on Williamsburg Road, where there's been several concerns raised by citizens regarding large white box trucks parked along the side of the road. And that was an issue definitely with the sheriff's department and the road commission during the snow season, because they were crowding over what they call the fog line on the side of the road. The snow has now melted, And I don't believe there's been any problems with that encroaching on the clear road area. However, I know that Deb has tried to contact that property owner who lives out of state and, you know, make them aware of zoning requirements, and does not receive a response. And the reason I bring this up is to make people aware when we talk about things like civil infraction and the fact that our only recourse at this point is a misdemeanor. We all need to understand that this no response is not an infrequent problem for Deb. And it just, you know, in particular, this one has been a very visible concern regarding what is going on, and it is really not feeling normal to have 4 box trucks piled on the side of the road, and the property owner will not communicate.
So
It's
I have
a
a question
hard
about
situation.
what's the road commission or the sheriff's position on parking vehicles like
The
that?
sheriff can definitely ticket them during like snow periods. There's special rules that are enforced during the period when there's a lot of snow on the ground and snow banks on the side of the ground. And especially, so there are some rules around that, but you know, you gotta catch them right when they're there. And you know, we know that we don't have as much of a presence of the sheriff in our township as in town to be able to get it while it's happening.
But absent any snow issues, is there any regulations that prohibit someone from parking a truck?
So we, technically, no. You correct me if I'm wrong. They're saying technically you can park there, but the question is really, and I have raised this with Deb several times, is, you know, we do have rules around home-based business. I have no idea what they're doing there because they will not call back and talk to Deb. And it's just, it is one of these concerns about, we have rules in our township, and many times our zoning administrator has a lot of trouble. And so I'm not trying to turn this into a big discussion or a problem solving. I just want you to know what our zoning administrator deals with. And it is concerning when we have this on a variety of issues where she attempts to initiate a discussion when there's a concern noted. You know, clearly, she had a complaint. It's her job to follow up and figure it out.
And I have gotten other complaints about the box truck. I mean, the fire chief has also commented that he's top of the hill, and, you know, you just have to make sure you stay between the lines and that you don't swerve a little bit because you could take out a mirror on one of those box trucks. So, I was down on Island Lake last week. I saw the trucks parked there. I did send a notice or a letter to the property owner down in Texas, and I also sent a letter to the property renter or whoever's staying there at that address. I got no response from either. It wasn't accusatory. It was just, hey, this is a zone community. Here's some of the, you know, here's a land use permit. These are the things that are allowed in your particular district, which is a recreational district. And just to basically be informational. And I've not gotten any kind of a response. When I talked to Lieutenant Raska, who happened to be in talking about ordinance enforcement, he told me that he put a call into the sheriff deputy that went to the door. He went to the door, the guy said, all we do here is sleep. So, is that a home-based business?
Well, that's
up
the
to-
question, because you can give them a permit for a home-based business, and the trucks could still be there, so that doesn't really address the problem.
Well, if somebody owns a business and now my understanding is the gentleman that is staying there and their workers, they stay there to sleep, they drive box trucks, that's their livelihood. So, is that a home-based business?
Okay, guys,
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
And I'm
if
not
I've
here to try to
created a
create this, but
issue.
it's, you know, without having some kind of way to get people's attention or to do something. I mean, I've gotten 4 complaints just this week. I've got a lighting complaint. I've got a short-term rental complaint. I've got a trash complaint. I have a property complaint regarding structures with no permits. So it takes a lot of paperwork and a lot of investigation and looking at Eagle View and looking at historical data on Google to see when did that property add those structures without permits, when I can't find anything in the files. It takes a lot of time to go and do that research. Not to mention, then I've got to pull at
Okay.
Peter Wendling's request, I have to pull the Register of Deeds. I have to find out who the property owner is so that I'm addressing it with the original owner of record. So there's a lot that goes into it. And if I can resolve something because I have somebody's email or a phone call, I attempt to do that.
All right, so,
And we don't have an
Enough.
ordinance that says you can't park a truck next to the road.
okay, enough. I just want people to be aware. All right. All right, thank you, Deb.
Any other questions? Thanks.
All right, thanks. All right, Fire Chief, I see you're back. Can you give us a short report there?
Yeah. Real short report. The data is pretty much the same as the month before. We were pretty much consistent. Everything stayed status quo. So if you guys are interested, I broke down the first quarter as well. So if you want to look at the report and just look at quarter 1, feel free to do that. Just wanted to touch base. I did take a 5-day vacation, everybody. I did go out of town and went to Florida, but I did go to a conference while I was on my vacation. So just a little touch. I wanted to touch on the conference a little bit because I know people see that I do travel and I do conferences quite a bit. These conferences are very beneficial to our small community because I'm sitting at tables with fire chiefs from New York City Fire, from Indianapolis Fire, talking about local small town things that we deal with, but then listening to what they deal with, and all it is the same problem, just scaled larger. And so to be able to sit in not even during the conference session, but at night, during the socials and sitting around at the tables with their wives and my wife and their kids and my kids and just talking about little issues, I was already able to bring some of that stuff back and implement it within our community and our department, that I'm already seeing dividends, and it was only like 3 weeks ago. So I'm a huge proponent of outside education. We do a lot of stuff in Michigan, but I think there's a lot of stuff happening in the world around us that we can go gather that information and bring it back here, and not kind of stay siloed. So it was a great conference, and it was really great to have family time. So I appreciate the support from the board to actually not really even the support, pretty much told that I need to take a vacation. So I appreciate that. But wanted to touch base on civil infraction just a little bit from the fire department standpoint. We did get a call the other night for illegal burning. It is a state statute that I can actually write a civil infraction without an ordinance for illegal burning, but I have no means to do that for the fire department. So that's just one of those
What do you mean by means? A ticket book?
I don't have a ticket book.
Okay, got it.
And that's something that I've never purchased because with the discussion that's going on, I didn't want to make it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so.
I didn't want it to make it seem like it was putting a cart before a horse.
Yeah.
That was another discussion, right?
Wendy just said we have a ticket book on order.
Okay.
They are not expensive items, so
Okay.
yes, we have
Yeah.
one ordered.
So we do have the ability on the fire department side for illegal burning or stuff like that, that we have state statutes that I can write civil
Okay.
infractions for stuff like that. So
Good to know.
just wanted to throw that out there because I honestly forget about it until somebody brings it up and then it was on my mind. So I don't have anything else to report on.
Okay, thank
I
you.
will stay here though.
Next, we have the park report, and I think, I read through this, I didn't have any questions. And Tom is working at Metro Fire today. So, the last item under the, reports is just a verbal update from Jill and Wendy regarding the Manor, Casterison, CPA reconciliation, various work that you guys are doing, balancing the books, et cetera. So can you guys provide us a verbal update, please? Go ahead.
So I'm actually meeting with Angie today at 1 o'clock. Maynard has been working very diligently trying to get the books to balance, and they've recognized a lot of errors and have had a lot of journal entries that needed to be done, and this is all from the clerk's fund balance program that was converted to BSNA. It looks like the errors have started tapering off in October, so it's really from October 25 previous. She is reconciled, I believe, through February, and has just a few journal entries that we've been trying to get the clerk to do for a while, and I really need to get those done today if possible, and I'm happy to do them if you give me the authority to do them. The problem is they're all account payable things that you have access to, and I don't know where to code them. So, but I am offering to do that for you to get that done today.
Is there
we
something
are-
special about a deadline that's today versus
Well,
the next business
well,
day?
Because I'm meeting with the auditor today, and we're gonna try to,
Okay.
you know, we're trying to wrap things up.
So you're saying
so-
there's an opportunity to handle it this afternoon?
Yes, I mean, and there's only, I think, she has, I don't know, there's 10, 15 left that you have to do, and, I mean, it would take me 5 minutes. I don't mind doing it.
It's more than that.
Okay, well, I'm thinking you guys can work that out when Angie's here this
Yeah,
afternoon.
so that's where we stand, but they are moving along quite well, and I'm very anxious to be able to take over. My hands have been tied, just so the public does know, there is no money missing. We are not concerned with that at all. It's a matter of getting two old accounting programs to sync now with one new accounting program, and not having a lot of things done correctly in that original system that are now having to be fixed. But as far as balancing expenses and revenue, that's all going fine. We can line things up to the bank account. It's more the internal accounting and coding that is the problem. We just have a lot of things that have been miscoded, put in the wrong place, and that is the clerk's responsibility. So it's very hard for the treasurer to take over something that is somebody else's job. So we're waiting for the auditor to give me a clean slate so that we can go forward. And I really do think we're very close to the end, and it's not gonna be a big issue going forward. It's just been a, tough year for both Wendy and I. We had to learn a couple different software programs in the very first year that we were here. We no sooner got done learning the first one, we had to learn a second one. So it's been a challenge, but we're getting there.
Wendy, do you have any comments to add to this?
So we're at the end of the fiscal year close as well, so that's a lot of extra stuff to be doing. The CPA, the Maynard Costerison, actually had an all-day class at the conference that was just held at MTA at the Grand Traverse Resort. My deputy and I, we both did the all-day class with Maynard Costerison. We learned a lot in that class. We did learn about from fraud risk management as well, and how that a treasurer could overlap their receipts and no one would ever catch it until someone came in and said there was missing money. So I did not know Angie was coming today, so I've kind of been out of the loop as well. I actually met with her supervisor, Heather, at that meeting. So I'm looking forward to having all this done as well. When the treasurer says there's a lot of things to be done, so there were some cash receipting things that were also incorrect that had been put into the system. There is maybe, so there's some things that were in fund balance from before, like payroll tax payments and things like that need to be clarified. They cannot just be journal entries. They need to have documentation behind them. So that was what I was planning on doing today as well, and using Angie while she was here.
So just as a point of information, Angie is staying until tomorrow, and I am absolutely happy to defer an appointment I had with her to talk about procedural stuff. I am happy to give you that time. You are more important.
Well, from having that, I think that Sarah and I can probably kick it out today. But Maynard Costerison having that education in that meeting, procedures are very, very important. So I think
Okay.
that's a good idea.
All right, well, we'll stay in touch, because if you need more time in the morning, I will give you my time slot. I can talk to her on the phone for what I need.
Okay.
All right, thank you for the update. All right, now we're to consent calendar. Would anybody like to pull anything from the consent calendar?
I would like to pull bills for approval.
Okay, and,
Discussion.
all right, so,
Bills or revenue and expense report?
But we know the revenue and expense isn't caught up yet. I mean, it's just not done yet.
all right, so, in that case, we can't really approve the revenue and expense report, right? Because
Well, if you can approve it as it is right now, it's just not caught up to the fiscal year because
Okay.
of everything not caught up.
I think there's also errors on it. So do we need to discuss that or not?
I would like to pull it just to discuss a possibility for maybe making things flow better in the future. I have.
Is that a procedure discussion outside of a board meeting?
Does it have anything to do with other items later on the agenda, or is it just?
No, it has to do with how we approve how we view and approve and move forward with the revenue and expense report.
Okay,
going
all right,
forward.
so I wrote down, we're pulling the bills for approval and the revenue and expense report. Is there anything else that needs to be pulled from the consent calendar?
Hey, do you think the closed meeting minutes need to be pulled? Or is that part of it? I have to, you know,
Well, they need to be reviewed privately.
right. But I don't have to pull them from the account to hand them out.
She can, I think, your question is, can you hand them out without them being pulled?
Right, yeah. Have you seen that before?
I think you can.
Okay, well, we'll just hand them out.
I don't know that you have to approve closed session minutes.
I just want you to initial and sign them, and then I'm
Okay, yeah,
sealing
you
them.
don't have
Yeah.
to formally approve them.
No.
Have the special meeting, the last two special meetings, been posted, the drafts in the,
They have.
they have?
Yes, they have.
Other.
I actually had on my laptop, I couldn't open our website. It was blocked on my laptop, so I don't know if.
All right, so the only thing I have being pulled from the consent calendar are bills for approval and revenue and expense report. Okay, it's,
9 and 10,
pardon me?
9 and 10.
Yes, correct. And then, so in order for us to go ahead and approve the amended consent calendar, do you want to hand out the closed session minutes so we can take a look at that for a minute?
Sure.
And then we can make a
Do
motion?
both of them at once?
Yeah. And you need each of us to initial these?
Yep, initial sign at the top.
So you already gave us,
And I just want to be clear that Kay did these. I did not edit these at all.
Okay.
you already gave us a couple correspondence that go in here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you say you don't think they need approving? I've always had them approved.
No, I'm taking them out of the consent calendar specifically.
But if they do, then they need to.
No, we just put them, all the minutes are in. Yeah, I know, just yesterday, I think.
March 31 and March 26, okay.
Oh, thank you. Oh, can you just initial them? Okay. Oh, thank you. So Kate has brought to my attention that there's two things on the consent calendar that probably shouldn't be there, the POs.
Why not?
They're like
We can approve purchases on a consent calendar.
for like spending money.
Yep.
We need to stop until Randy returns. Sundberg, Sundberg.
So you're gonna talk about the rubber bands? Okay. I kinda don't understand what it's about.
Okay, so, we had a chance to review the closed session minutes. So Wendy, I heard you raise the question about should we be leaving the fire department purchase order requests? So that would be item 11. You were questioning whether that should be left in the consent or pulled. So,
Well, I think it's fine. We always did that at the city for just routine things or things of,
I don't know about the bidding too.
things that are not of controversy. And if they are of any controversy, you just pull them from the consent and you deal with it that way. We approve bills on the consent calendar.
Correct, but
So-
these are things that the public might want to be more aware of though as well.
Well, they're here and they're in the packet.
They're in the
They're not hidden,
True.
so.
so I guess, is there anybody that feels strongly that you need to remove item 11, the fire department purchase order requests?
No.
Anybody need that removed?
No.
Okay, and then the next question was, do we need to remove consideration of bidding of replacing the garage doors at the fire station? So this isn't authorization to purchase, this is just authorization to get bids.
Right, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so, all right, so we've removed bills for approval and revenue and expense report. from the consent calendar. All right, so I need a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, motion made by Aaron's, seconded by Kester. All those in
And
favor?
just one part of discussion,
Okay.
so we don't have to backtrack. I did notice in that requesting sealed bids for the garage door, when the bids come in, that's when you're gonna come back to get approval on the recommended vendor, the low bidder, but the thing in the bid did say that it was the bids would be opened at a public board meeting, which is not the correct process. The bids are opened by the supervisor and the clerk. So just wanted the chief,
Got that?
wanted the chief to know that.
But it needs to be announced and put on the calendar. Okay. All right, so we've got a motion and a second to approve the amended consent calendar. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? None opposed. That motion passes. So now why don't we move to the bills for approval? And so we have the bills, and then we also have the extra ones that you gave us at the start of the meeting. Okay, who has questions here?
I just have a suggestion on the bills for approval. We have already approved that we have certain monthly invoices that are paid by electronic payment, ACH. These are usually utility bills. I mean, you can see the list. It's the first part of the list on the bills for approval. And then that responsibility to pay those has just recently been passed on to me from Wendy. And we have everything set up and we're doing it, but my problem is that I'm getting these bills late, and so it defeats the entire purpose of having electronic payments, in my opinion. Why are we doing this if we're paying them late? So by the time I get them, I mean, you can see just even like Cherryland Electric right on here, it says it was due 4/20. It's already 4/23. You know, it'll take, 2 days to send the payment electronically. So what I am suggesting, I would like to make a motion, I guess, that when those bills come in,
It's
that they
part of
be.
our policy and procedure manual. And so here's the thing. You're catching up to what's been happening to me for the last 18 months. This is what's been happening. Things are getting late into our meeting to get approved, and then we go through the process. So we still have to have these accounted for. So there is a process to that. I have to have the list. I have to have, because we missed a meeting, that made it a little later. So I think that as soon as we get them, we can put them in our process and then start giving them to you. And this could have been an outside of a board meeting discussion, I believe. And so just keeping track of them is harder for us, but we're willing to do that, to keep everything, on time.
Well, I'm thinking
So-
it's kind of like payroll, because we're just getting payroll totals and we're approving them at the board level after the fact. I mean, why would it be any different with these particular bills?
Because they're a little more complicated and you have to put them into the system, and it's a whole thing to keep track.
But it sounds like you guys are in agreement that you will provide, because I know within the law, we can go ahead and pay things like utility bills.
It's our policy.
Okay, it's already in our policy that we can do that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure you guys are in agreement that what you will do is when you receive the bills.
We will try to pay them in a timely manner, yes.
You'll have to put them into BSNA and then give them to Jill and not hold them for a meeting.
Right, they can come to me before the whole rest of the packet, is all I'm saying. They should come to me
But
immediately.
then we have to keep track of which ones those are and then put them as a post-audit. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you have to do
Yes,
extra
there's
work
still
on
more,
that.
yes.
Okay. All right. I think that's a good improvement.
So I had one, on the Kubota, MTech Incorporated, the account number, should be 406-901-970. You have 406-000-970.
So we looked that up from before, and that's what it was.
Well, that's what's in the budget, 406-901-970.
I'll look into it.
Okay, anything else? What about the ones that we have some stuff here from Fahey Schultz?
So these were the invoices that were being sent to a .org that I had no longer been forwarded to me or I had access to. I just found out about it in March, and so the ones that we thought we had missed were paid paid, and then now they're finding more, and these are even back from November.
I was gonna say, I thought we already
Yeah.
addressed this.
Yep, they found more.
Okay.
So they went back and looked through their pile.
Okay, and you've cross-referenced it all?
I have not had time to do that. There was 15 attachments that he had with this email, so we will do that.
So is this just for our information, or are you, the payment of these will show up in the next bit?
Yes.
Next meeting? So
Yeah,
this
we
is
can
just
do
an
that.
FYI? Okay. And then you've got payments to K-Held.
Right, this was just given to me yesterday, and she'd like that added today.
Okay,
And it really should be, because it, it needs to be on the past fiscal year too.
yeah, yes, okay.
So can I clarify, we are adding this to next month? We are not approving
Well,
this right now?
I need to go ahead and pay them,
Because we haven't seen the.
Let me ask a question. We're gonna have to take a break here in a little bit. Would it make sense to give you some time to just double check these so we can approve them?
There's 15 of them that are like 2 or 3 pages long.
Okay, so.
I don't know who's
would
been
you
talking to the
recommend?
lawyer or who hasn't. I can't go back through and say, yeah, that's a valid bill.
Well, I think
Yeah.
the supervisor needs to review them.
Yeah, I think,
And if you don't want them paid today, that would be a good idea.
I don't think we should pay, that's too much money.
Okay.
And if you can just forward that to me.
Okay.
So you touched on the stuff that was for March. We're into a new fiscal year, and I saw when I ran the April report, obviously, we're paying all these March bills this month, and some go
I'll have
to
to-
February. So you're gonna set those up as an account payable and all that?
We'll have to do a journal entry and, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get back on task to the bills for approval. So we're not approving the Fahey Schultz that we added to the agenda. We had a correction there, and we had a process discussion. Are we ready for a motion to approve the bills for payment?
I think so.
Good to go? I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the bills.
As amended.
As amended. I'll second that motion. So motion made by Kester, seconded by Slopsma. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed. All right. Got the bills, and then, I don't know if we need to have too lengthy of a discussion on the revenue and expense report. It just appears we still have some errors that need correction. Sounds like everybody's
Well, yeah,
aware of that.
I'd just like to, since we just talked about it, but if you could go to page 30, I don't know, go to Fire Capital Improvement Fund.
Yeah, what,
And
I've
you'll
got
s-
this printed, Tim. What page number is it out of 12? If you look at the bottom of the page number.
13, page
13?
13 of 16.
Let everybody get there.
So you can see there where there's this department 000, and then there's a department 901 with the same descriptions in both. And that's what I'm saying, the budget was never set up correctly for this fund. And the 530,000 shows up in both, under capital expenditure, and then there's nothing for transfers, so.
Okay, so I do have a BSNA case open right now, because when I was telling them about something else, they said, maybe your budget isn't right in the conversion, so, okay.
Yeah, it's not. And I identified like 14 different things.
And I didn't realize how much that actually affected other modules, so they were explaining that.
What page are you on, Tim? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Page 13.
Page 30 of the
30.
packet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody gets these packets in different formats, and so I don't know what you're.
Page 30 if you're on the online version, page 13 if you're looking at the hard copy. So
And
are
you see there, Randy, do you see what we're talking about? It's in heavy black type, says account category, and you see the data's repeated there.
So my suggestion would be when there's questions like this, especially when you have new deputy coding things and whatever, that if you come up on entering a number and there's no budget, I would go back to the Excel spreadsheet last year and this year is what we approved. And that would show the actual numbers and the budget amount that we approved. So sometimes in BSNA, I'm seeing duplicates sometimes.
Okay, so I assume we're just not going to approve the revenue and expense report because there's corrections that need to be made, correct?
It's just a receive and file anyway.
Okay, all right.
But I had some comments on that, if
Okay,
we can
yeah.
discuss it. It's just an idea, and I'm just throwing it out here, but this has been an ongoing problem for a year and a half, and I'm just wondering how feasible it would be, because this is a huge part of our responsibility to be looking at this every month, making sure everything is coded in the right place, and making sure that we're all agreeing on those same codes. How feasible would it be for us to look at this together on the TV, live in BSNA, so when we have questions about certain categories, we can click on it and go see exactly what those invoices were that made up that amount and make these corrections and recommendations right away. So it could be in the board packet as, the kind of preliminary draft, we make our corrections. Wendy can go back and fix those things and then present the final copy at the next board meeting,
So
and it should be perfect
I
at
think
that
that's part
point.
of your homework as a board member, and I can start sending you this as the PDF that's clickable. So you can do that on your own. I don't think that needs to be in a board meeting.
But I think it needs to be, because we don't always all agree on all the codes, and this is a way
Well,
that we can, we're all supposed to examine this document
But
together.
as Tim said, it's on the Excel sheet in the budget, so there is no discussion. It's either right or wrong. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, then
Like-
why do we put it in here if it's wrong?
Well,
And then
because
it's wrong
I've had
every month?
multiple people putting them in. We've had our conversion. It's a whole thing. It's a perfect storm of why we're at the point where we're at. Going forward is going to be a lot better.
So everybody has access to run the general ledger report, revenue and expense report that's
They
in.
sure do.
That's in the
Yes.
packet.
Yes.
And, right, and that's when it has, anything in blue is clickable and that, but, so,
I just thought it would be beneficial if we looked at it and approved it together as a board. How
This could be
are
very
we
time-consuming.
approving this, if it's,
I think that I think Wendy is right. It is your homework to review your packet, and, why take all the public's time to deal with that? And just all the questions that you do have, then you document those, and then we address those at a meeting. Or you could address them outside of a meeting with Wendy, I
Right.
think.
I was
but-
gonna say, there's nothing that stops you two from meeting, especially as we're trying to button up the fiscal year for 3/31. I would expect you guys would meet outside of a meeting to just have two sets of eyes on this, so that we can say it's done and it's correct, and also to minimize fees from our annual auditor. That, to me, that makes total sense that you would do it, and you would do it on the TV together. There's nothing that prevents you from having a meeting of the two of you. We just can't, we have to have an open public meeting if more than two
well, and
people are
I
present.
think Tim is critical in that capacity as well, because he understands and oversees the budget, so it would be a meeting.
It would have to be then an open meeting.
Yeah.
Because it's a quorum.
Right.
And so, I guess, I would suggest you guys talk about it more and at least try and do it.
If you want to do it that way, I guess I hadn't thought about that. We could just have a morning special meeting with just us three board members posted, and you and Randy wouldn't have to go. And I don't know that people from the public would be all that interested in us going through every line item in the financials, but that might be productive to do that, and then get some of these things ironed out, especially for the year end, get the financials in a condition to be audited, and right now they're not. And so we're gonna have to pay a CPA firm or an auditor to get them ready for an audit.
Well, I think we should
it
be
sounds like we're already
investing
doing
our
that.
own time
Right.
to do it.
So I think we could have a special meeting whenever the two of you wanna schedule something, just let me know, and,
We'll see how far we get the next couple days.
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And, yeah, I think it's important that the public understand there's not missing money. It's money in the wrong bucket. Is that correct? You guys agree with that statement?
Well, the cash
It's
is.
just a matter of.
The cash
A
is.
variety of things, but yeah, that is the primary problem.
It's just getting my buckets right. Okay.
Just to be clear, though, when you say the things are not clickable, the packet, you can't click on this in the
Well, because it's a
packet.
PDF.
It's the wrong,
Right.
yeah.
You have to actually run the report out of BSNA, and then it'll come up, and then you can click on it.
The report will have the live links.
All right. Moving on, Park and Recreation items. We have several here. So the first one is, Tim, you were going to give us a verbal update on the boat wash station.
Yes. So
field bids.
we had a bid opening, we had one bidder, and the bid came in at roughly $75,000 for the boat wash station, which was quite surprising. Not quite double of what we anticipated. So I did contact the bidder, and Linda and I are going to be meeting with him. It's Walton Contracting, meeting with him on Tuesday, I think it is, to better understand why the price is so high, and whether that project moves forward or not this year, I don't know right now. I'm not comfortable with, that's pretty much the annual profit for the park in a year, and it would all go to the boat wash station. So I don't know how the board would feel about that, but we will do that, and I think that they're willing to come down some from what I understand, but, and maybe do things a little bit differently.
So I think, at least my plan is to just examine the elements of how they got to that cost, because there had been a lot of pre-work done by Elk-Skikemog Association of getting preliminary bids from the known subcomponents, and in no way did we or the engineering firm ever estimate it being at 75. We thought it was more like 35-ish. And that still would have had a healthy profit in that for the people. So we need to understand how in the world, and it was very unfortunate also that we only drummed up one bid, that's a bummer too.
Was it kind of the timing that we requested the bids maybe that people didn't see it? Can we solicit again? Because that's just crazy.
Well, we can reject the existing bid. We can maybe provide more clarifying information to people, but yeah. I think we first have to just find out how in the world did they come up with that for this.
Was there an engineer's estimate published with that?
No.
I thought they did give us a number, though.
Well, they gave us a number. It wasn't in the bid packet.
They didn't publish that publicly, but yes, it was a lot less than that.
Yeah, we put in the budget 45,000 total, that to include the engineering fees and everything, so.
Including engineering?
Yeah, and then that also included us having to separately purchase the shed, right?
Right, that's about
To house the equipment.
And that's about 4,000.
So anyway, all right, more to come on that. The next thing is, we've got a document that Tom Bartnicki provided for the, let me just find this, for the Rover Pass settings.
Page 41.
Thank you. And Jill was involved in this with them, so you'll see there is a motion in here, so there's some changes to processing fees and how fees roll down. Does anybody have any questions for Jill on this topic?
I have kind of a problem with making this change in the middle of taking reservations. A majority of our reservations have already been made, and all of those people paid the $8 reservation fee. And now we're gonna move it to a $3 platform fee. And then they also would have to pay 2.9% if they use their credit card. I get that part, but it just seems it's not equitable to me. And I don't really think it's something we want to go through and refund $5 to everybody.
No, we're not changing the platform fee. You're thinking the reservation fee.
Right,
So
yeah.
do you want me to explain this real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. So last year, we were covering the cost of anybody paying with a credit card, which is on all of our reservations, basically. They book online, and they had to pay, the credit card charges 2.9% on every transaction, plus a $3 platform fee from Rover Pass. Stripe is the company that processes the credit card. They're the ones that are charging the 2.9%. So we were covering that cost for the guest, but we were recouping it by also charging an $8 reservation fee. So the guest isn't seeing the 2.9% credit card fee or the $3 reservation fee. We were seeing it. Then we were recouping it by charging an $8 reservation fee. And now what we want to do, because we're taking everything on credit cards, we're trying to get rid of the cash, more and more companies are starting to reflect these credit card charges in, it's just becoming a common thing now everywhere you go that you're seeing. If you pay with a credit card, there's usually a 3% fee on there. So what the more proper way of doing this is how most other campgrounds do it, and this is according to Rover Pass, the right way to do it is to pass these fees on directly to the consumer, where they're gonna see those processing fees and the $3 platform fee. And since those fees would now be being paid directly by the consumer, and they're gonna see that, there's no need for us to then charge the $8 reservation fee, because it's, we were just trying to wash last year. So if they're, if it's just upfront and the guest knows that they're paying for it, there isn't a reason for us to do the $8 reservation fee on top of that. So that's what we were suggesting changing. And it is in compliance with what Rover Pass suggests. It's kind of best practice. It's what most other campgrounds do. So that's what they're suggesting.
So Jill, in some cases, this will actually be a savings to people. And in some cases, if somebody books like a lot of nights, I think the maximum stay that we allow people to do is 2 weeks. So if, say, somebody booked 14 days at roughly $45 a night, depending on when it is, they would potentially be paying a little bit more than the $8 reservation fee that they did in the past.
Yeah.
And so it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I don't know really how many of these really long reservations we get, because I know we have really bad, not bad, we have much lower occupancy in the middle of the week, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And so is your gut feel this is more of a wash financially, but it's just following the standards that
Yeah,
recommends?
it's getting to be where it would just be the more efficient and proper way to do things, and it'll most likely be a wash. I think we were making a little bit on, probably a little bit of a profit on the $8 reservation fee. And that would be primarily when people cancel. Well, no, we weren't even making money on that, because when they were canceling, we were still eating, those other fees. So it'll be kind of a wash. Yeah, we were keeping the $8 in the event that somebody canceled. But the other addition that's on here too is that now the credit card company is not only charging 2.9%, they're also charging a 25-cent per transaction fee that is also being passed on to the customer. So it would just be a lot to, I just don't see the reason, and Tom doesn't see the reason why we would be charging an $8 reservation fee on top of the customer paying.
So it's a platform fee, the $3 per reservation, that's not per night, that's
just a one-time,
One-time,
that's
and-
what Rover Pass charges us for using that. And by the way, that's not on here, I forgot about this. We just got it lowered to $2.50, so, yeah, so the Rover Pass is eating that 50-cent loss to make it a little bit easier and a little bit more competitive for our campers.
So we've been trying to move to the more standard process with Rover Pass. That's what we did also with simplifying and not fractionalizing the cost of different sites, going with standard pricing, kind of first come, first serve. And so,
okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
I can make a motion, but I'll take the dollar amount out of there, because we're making a change for years after this, when platform fee is gonna change, but I think the motion should be change the Rover Pass settings to charge campers the platform fee and eliminate the $8 reservation fee, would be my motion.
And we could further clarify that by saying the Rover Pass platform fee and eliminate the township $8 reservation fee, just so people know what we're talking about.
Isn't that what I said?
Well, you just didn't say
you
Rover
didn't
Pass or
use-
Whitewater, but some people might not know which one is which.
there were some adjectives she just added.
Oh.
Do you wanna accept that friendly amendment?
I don't know what she said.
Do you want me to make the
You
remake
make
it?
the motion.
Make the
Uh,
I'll withdraw my motion.
Sorry. I'll make a motion to change the Rover Pass settings to charge campers the Rover Pass $3 platform fee and eliminate the Whitewater Township $8 reservation fee.
That's not
No.
correct.
Oh, well, because we're not putting in the amounts, I'm sorry.
Numbers. Numbers have to be eliminated
Yes.
because they might change.
Correct. I make a motion to change the Rover Pass settings to charge campers the Rover Pass platform fee and eliminate the Whitewater Township reservation fee.
I'll second that motion.
Better.
So motion made by Kester, seconded by Slopsma. All those in favor?
So, just a question on that. So we're essentially lowering the fees that are gonna be applicable for the most part.
Well, and the Rover Pass is lowering their platform fee from $3 to $2.50 just to make us more compatible. So they're totally eating that 50 cent per reservation loss. That is nothing out of our pocket. And then we're eliminating our $8 reservation fee because we're no longer going to be paying, covering the credit card fees and the platform fees. So there's no need for us to
That's
charge
likely a
it.
savings for people that are.
Correct, yeah, well,
That's what I
yeah,
meant.
it's mostly a wash. It's just a better system.
Okay, so it's not increasing it, it's likely a wash.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? None opposed. That motion passes. All right, next, I have a handout for you. Okay, so this is the information on hiring park rangers. Okay, so the front sheet, there are several that are returning rangers and some new ones. So I did talk to Tom this morning. Everybody listed on here is classified as a regular park ranger. And so he lined them up and he noted there the people that are returning. So you see there, the top 5 are people that have been there for at least, this will be their 3rd season. And so you can see those names there and the appropriate rates based on the graded wage scale. And then on the lower portion, he has new hires here. So some of these people are students, high school, college-ish, and some are older people. We got at least one here that's a school teacher, so we had talked about trying to get maybe some more experienced people in, and so that's what he's got written down here. I also noticed that Tom forgot to increase him, or to put himself down on here, so I have a second motion here to address Tom Bartnicki in his role. And so, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I think we should deal with the general park rangers first.
I have a question about Tripp. The new graded wage scale that we approved for lead ranger, step 1 is $23.71, he has $22.75.
So I asked Tom that question, and he said that he made these all just using the regular park ranger wage scale, because there were some concerns about making sure he's not sure if any of these people are willing to actually meet the performance requirements of a lead ranger, which is a lot more responsibility.
Okay, so he's not gonna be a lead ranger this year, okay.
Right, these are all regular park rangers.
Then that works, then he's this is his 5th year then at the park, that puts him at the midpoint.
Right, and he also, Tom understands that he can come back at any regular meeting if it is decided that some of these people will agree to do the duties at the higher level of a lead park ranger. So that is to be determined yet as these people come on stream and understand job responsibilities.
So my only other comment is, and I guess I wasn't aware Tom wasn't gonna be here, but I can talk to him offline anyway, but that's 11 people that are gonna be park rangers. And how are we gonna have enough work for all of them as a summer job? I mean,
So he has some comments on page 2. Some of these people are willing to work 4 to 5 days a week, and some of them are only willing to work less days per week.
It's the same, it's the
Quite a
same, it's the same
variety.
amount of people we've had before too.
Can I make a comment on just
We had that many before.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on, Josh has got a relevant comment.
So, in talking to Tom about the hiring, the intent is that last year he found himself in some situations where he had to work because he didn't have depth in his chart, right? And so the goal is it might seem on paper that we're heavily staffed, but a handful of those people are only gonna be people to plug and play when, say, Tripp is gone, or Vicky's gone, or he's gone. They only really want to be plugged in when absolutely
There's
needed.
3
So
or
it's just
4
building
core.
depth essentially for time off and busy season, so.
Probably only about 3 full-timers, then the rest
3
are.
to 4, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
If
Yeah,
you wanna
and I know things got a little hairy on some of those, July weekends. Do you have another comment, Wendy?
I don't even know if you would consider them full-time, you know, like they're working 4 or 5 days a week. I mean,
Right. Okay. All right, any other questions that anybody has? Okay, we need a motion to approve the hiring of this first batch of,
I do have one more question, if that's okay. Now with Tom, is that his rate at the fire department too?
no.
no.
So how complicated is that gonna be for you?
I actually took a class on it yesterday, so I'm good.
All right,
Okay, so yeah, let's just talk about these top ones first.
well, I didn't have any more.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the hiring of park rangers as listed: Wagner, Emerson, Olds, Babcock, Doherty, Abu Hadba, Schulte, we have B Schulte, L Schulte, K Schulte, and Boyd at the proposed rates as noted.
I'll second that motion, Melnick.
Okay, motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then, as I noted, when I received this paperwork this morning, I noticed that our lead ranger is missing. So, I'm recommending a 5% increase to Tom Bartnicki for his, part-time role as our lead park ranger. I am suggesting that 5% increase, which is a merit-based increase based on his outstanding performance in the last year. He's really helped us move forward with respect to operations at the park. You saw evidence of that today with what he worked with Jill on trying to move us into a cashless situation. Various other changes he made to how we're making our park reservations and trying to market better, with the goal being better occupancy. So that's my recommendation.
So I'll make a motion to increase the hourly rate of lead ranger Tom Bartnicki to $28.87 per hour, merit-based increase.
I'll second.
So
Kester.
Motion made by Milnick, seconded by Kester. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Unopposed. Okay, good. And then, the next update is regarding, the full-time firefighter park manager candidates. So Josh and I did the interviews last week. We had 2 candidates, Tom Bartnicki, and then also, a member of the Kalkaska Township Fire Department, and also he's an EMS person. Tom was fully qualified. However, he did communicate back to us, you know, the timing for him to start was in June. And he communicated back to us, he's not comfortable starting this role at this time. He would like to reconsider this towards the end of the summer. He's desirous of continuing to build his paramedic firefighting skills, working for Metro Fire. So he's able to still work part-time for the park, but he's not able to take on a full-time role and continue with Metro. So that was his feedback to us on Tuesday. The other candidate we interviewed did not have any park experience, and really didn't have any of the business management experience we need in the role. So that's where we ended up with it, is we can revisit the situation with Tom in the August, September timeframe would be the follow-up. So any questions anybody has about that situation?
Did it sound likely that he's going to want to revisit this in August and September?
I think he will seriously consider it, but I think we just have to, he's saying he needs more time. And he's very appreciative of it. He asked a lot of very detailed questions about understanding the benefits of full-time employment, because right now he essentially has 2 part-time jobs. So he asked all the right questions to understand what it means to be a full-time employee in terms of healthcare, retirement, et cetera.
And I think too, my understanding, he's getting more, working for Metro, there's a lot more calls. So he's getting a lot more, experience in the field, and he wants to continue that to get his certifications and whatever was necessary. We just don't have as many calls for fire in that regard, so.
Do we have a plan in place for kind of who's going to take over his responsibilities? Because he was very key last summer in working with Andy and I.
Yes, so I talked to him and so it's kind of a double issue here, so there's more coming here. So he's still going to work approximately the same hours he did last year. I actually used the payroll audit data, and the chief and I looked at it, and we confirmed that he worked on average 16 to 20 hours per week. Quite frankly, he gets an awful lot done in 16 to 20 hours. He's a very effective employee. And so he intends to continue to keep that kind of schedule. And he's also hiring some people that will free him up, like Arnell Boyd is gonna work on maintenance. And so that saves him from having to spend time on the lawn tractor or putting in a new fence. So, so the bottom line is you should expect about the same kind of hours out of him this summer as you did last year. The difference is not having him dedicated to Whitewater 40 hours a week.
Okay, so he's still planning on.
You should see him at the same level. He's still our lead ranger.
Okay.
Forgetting how much hours I put into things last year, and I was planning on pushing it back to him. So I will continue to do that.
So, but there's the next topic, so, for discussion. And so hopefully that answers that question of where we're at on that. So then the agenda item that I added today is Park and Recreation Administrator, so. There you go. So after spending a lot of time with Tom and Josh last week on this and thinking about it, I have a proposal here for discussion. So I looked up the historical information regarding when we had a Parks and Recreation Administrator. The last time we had this was in 2022. So it's been 4 years since we've had a person in this role. At that time, Cheryl Goss was in the role, and she was paid at that time about $8,000 over a 12-month period to be the Park and Recreation Administrator, and the job description's attached. So, what I am suggesting, because we had planned on Tom being there, and Wendy just had her comments as well, I'm proposing that we have Josh Morgan, and he volunteered for this, could fill the role of the Parks and Recreation Administrator for this summer season. So basically starting now in May through October for a 6-month period, so we can get through the summer season and really continue to make improvements. And I did some math based on inflation and everything and came up with a recommendation to pay Josh $4,800 over 14 pay periods between May and October. And then also potentially give him the opportunity to camp at a 50% reduced rate up to 20 nights during the summer. The main part of the motion is just the compensation, because we can't make him work for free. But I do believe there's some beneficial synergies here to, I believe that Josh can do a lot, and this had been the plan with Tom all along, is to use similar processes so that things are really consistent when we report on timekeeping for our park employees and our firefighters, to have the same kind of process. Hopefully that reduces administrative load on Wendy if we can use the same processes, same thing for ordering of supplies, and try and make things be just a lot more systematic and disciplined. So that's the end of my kind of background. So I'm opening this up to the floor for the rest of you guys to
Something
provide.
that stands out to me, you have a salary, and then on the job description is an hourly wage. So I don't know how to, probably needs clarified.
Okay.
Either we're changing the job description.
So I took those words salary off of, so it's a fixed, I use the word salary because it's a fixed amount of pay
So it's
a
a
salary stipend basically paid on the 2-week interval of payroll.
But expecting him to work how much?
You know, that wasn't really defined in the previous paperwork. Cheryl was never paid. I just kind of, what did I come up with? I took my calculator.
16 to 20 hours of additional work, a pay period is what I feel like we came up with, but it's really, really what it came down to is there's a lot of things that I'm doing administratively for the fire department that to tag on an extra, like if I'm doing a policy for the fire department and realize the park is missing that policy, it's really easy just to change a header, change a picture, and submit the policy. To be that point of contact, because Wendy and I have good processes together. I feel like we work well together. So just to slow that process, just to take more off of the clerk's plate, take on some of that responsibility myself. I really think it was that 15 to 20 hours.
Actually, I just did the math on this again, because we know what Josh makes per year. Just doing some quick math on this. And this worked out closer to 5 hours a week.
5 hours, I can handle that.
Approximately. And we know sometimes it's gonna be more, sometimes it's gonna be less. But I would hate to, you know, we had a lot of plans to get a lot more documented, standardized work for our park rangers and checklists and things that really have fallen by the wayside since Cheryl Goss exited. And, I think that Josh is the right person. This fits with the long-term plan also. That's why I didn't say do it for a year, because we know that we're gonna circle back to Tom with another discussion in the, you know, basically at the end of the season. So, that's why it is as it is. What other questions do you have?
I am supportive of this, but looking at the job description, it has not been changed, or maybe it was developed in 2015, but I think that this needs to be updated to clearly define what we expect of this position, including how many hours. But just looking at like duties and responsibilities towards the bottom of page 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, you know, those are all things that Tom worked on last year, so I guess I would like clarification as to who's doing what, you know, if that is a lead ranger responsibility, or if Josh would be taking over those particular duties. I just think that we need to update the job description to clearly
So-
define hours and what is expected.
So you're saying coordinate this with the new full-time firefighter park ranger job? Coordinate those two things?
And I just updated the lead ranger
And we have the
job
lead ranger
description
one.
to bring that in front of you guys at the next board meeting to clearly define what the lead ranger's roles are, because that job description was also antiquated and old and not up to with what the ranger was doing. So the intent is to pull some of those things away from him so he can focus on other things while also working hand in hand with him to kind of teach him, or her, whoever's gonna be in this position. I don't wanna just pigeonhole Tom into this position, right? Like, it could be Tripp, it could be Bonnie, it could be anybody, it could be a new person. but working with somebody in the park, hand in hand, to say, this is how the general ledger is, you want to purchase, you want to do purchase orders, you need to be able to look here, this is how you find your information, this is how much money we're working with. Similar to what I do with the fire department. The intent is if I walk out of here and get hit by a bus, we have nobody that knows how to do the job. And so it's to ensure that we have a good succession plan, and we're.
So, yeah, I just think it needs to be clearly defined, so maybe what you're willing to do or what you see needs to be done, and just,
I think it's gonna be a fluid job description for a little bit until we really.
I agree. I think that this is the job that he's taking. Other than the hourly salary, whatever. He's already a salaried employee, so that's why it's salaried. But he's responsible for all of these things getting done. Not necessarily, he's not gonna be the one doing them. So if we have a problem with something not getting done, complaints, people call and make a complaint, nobody ever gets back to him, he might assign that to somebody that didn't follow through, but he's responsible. So I think, for now, I think it's okay. I mean, if you want to revisit it and change the job description going forward, I don't think, this is not one of those jobs where you can say, this is how many hours you're gonna work on this. It's gonna change. He's gonna be doing a lot more in July than he's gonna do in May. It's like someone said, fluid. It's a fluid, but somebody now is responsible, and it's not a board member.
Right, and I feel like I could probably add stuff to this list.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just think the list probably needs to be really analyzed by you and maybe Linda, and just revised and updated at least.
Like I said, I will provide that lead job description. I've already created a SharePoint, it's already on there. I'm trying to give you guys access to it so you can review it and look at it before we get to it. But it's to take some of those, like I said, those responsibilities and now spread them out amongst
And
everybody,
if the
so.
goal is ultimately to have the position that we advertised for, maybe this document, like you suggested, this document is made with that in mind, that future goal in mind.
The goal is efficiency and,
Yeah,
make the park
and
more
as a reminder, I want to remind everybody, the full-time firefighter and park ranger was going to, that job description indicates both roles report to Josh Morgan. Okay? And so that's part of the anticipation, and that's part of why we gave Josh the pay increase that we did starting April 1st, was because he helped develop that, and he's been dabbling in a little bit of this, and he did a lot of dabbling the last 2 weeks, so it's just like, so anyway, I guess I'm going to make a motion to appoint Josh Morgan to the position of Parks and Recreation Administrator for 6 months, May through October 2026, at a salary of $4,800, which equates to 14 pay periods of $342.86 per pay period, and a 50% off campsite fee benefit for up to 20 nights during the season.
Can I make just one more addition, just for the public, so that way
Sure.
that there's a understanding? My bachelor's degree is in Parks and Recreation Management, so I do have, this is what my degree is in, so that is why I stepped up to the plate. I felt like I was qualified. I also feel like that if I don't have the answer, I definitely have a deep index of people I can go to get us an answer, so. But that's just for the public. Why is the fire chief running the park? Like, there's a reason, so.
Well, I'll second the motion, and then I have a comment.
Okay, further comments or discussion?
So, how Wendy is gonna do this, obviously, you're gonna put in your tickle file to take the money away after that 11-1 pay period, right? And then, since he's already salary, and this additional amount we're gonna pay should be charged to the park salary line
It'll be a
item?
different, it's
Okay,
different
so
coding session.
you're gonna have to kind of take that and divide by what he currently gets per pay period to come up with a percentage, aren't you?
BSNA will do it.
Well, you will do it.
Well, the BSNA program has the capability, yeah.
Any other changes or adjustments, questions?
I'm just confused a little bit if and when after October is the position that Tom Barnicki was originally talked about for, would that be Park and Recreation Administrator, or is that a different?
The role that we interviewed Tom and the other candidate for is a full-time firefighter slash park and recreation manager is the title we had on that. And so it was a split position.
Right.
And it was funded, and it was understood that the breakdown of hours would vary between like summer and winter. So it would be more park during the summer, less park in the winter, and the flip for the fire department. And so, again, this will all have to get revisited again.
Okay.
In the late third quarter, early fourth quarter to decide, you know, we may have to post the job again and re-interview again. We're probably gonna have to do something more marketing-wise. I know Josh tried to do a lot of marketing, but we only came up with 2 and 1 was not qualified for the role. So,
All right,
all
I'm
right,
good.
so we have a motion and a second. Are you guys ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? None opposed, that motion passes.
Can I make a motion that we take a break and also extend the meeting beyond 3 hours?
Yes, I will second that motion.
10 minutes?
It's fine with
10
me.
minutes, 15?
Come back at noon?
How about back at noon? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, yep. Agenda item under unfinished business number 2, post office expansion request. Okay, so I'm gonna just hit the high points. I know you guys read what was in the packet. So, the post office communicated to us a month or so ago that they would like, and we looked at this at our last meeting, they would like to consider expanding the post office to the south. That would require, and what their request to us is splitting off. We have an L-shaped parcel at the fire department right now, and they want the piece that's immediately behind their parcel towards the railroad tracks. It's not a lot, it's only about 1/10 of an acre. And so, after our last meeting, I got in touch, I had conversations with both Chief Morgan and I called the health department. The health department had a wealth of information. They informed me that the portion that the post office wants to buy is our septic reserve field, which is not great. They also explained to me that if our septic field, our septic field is relatively new. If our field were to fail, our existing septic field runs along the east side of the cell tower. It's like a little skinny strip there. And he did say because that's an at-ground system, meaning the pipe is essentially on the ground and there's soil on top of it, like a little mound, that if we did have a septic system failure, we could potentially just excavate all of that soil material and put down new drain tile, new stone, et cetera. So, losing that reserve septic field isn't a total, it doesn't totally kill the program. The other thing, though, is when I reviewed this last week with Chief Morgan, we walked around the property, we found out, and I don't think the post office knows this, there's like a stormwater retention pool on this portion that the post office thinks they want to buy. And so if we sold that, we would have to do something with that because we're shedding all this water off most of our property at the fire department is covered with roofing or pavement. So we're not we don't have a pervious system to take care of shedding our water, and you're not allowed to dump your water on your neighbor. So that also is a bit of an impediment. The other thing we discovered from the health department documentation is we have 2 easements on the west side of the property, which is also very interesting because we don't know who we gave easements to, so we need to research that through the deeds office and figure out, because we had noticed, and I think it was noted in our last meeting, that the post office is driving on our property to get to the rear of their property on an everyday basis. They drive on our property. And I inform them of that. In terms of money, I asked the Postal Realty Trust, because it's not the post office directly that owns the property, how much they were thinking of paying us for this piece of land if we were to proceed. They offered me $5,000, which I didn't think was sufficient. So I counter-offered to them $50,000, and they thought that was reasonable, which was good. I said, you can't do anything without me. So I think that and I said, for us to give up land, it's not advisable. We're already really tight on our property. Of course, that was before I figured out I have a water retention pond.
Did Dawn appraise it for us?
No. This is too murky yet to involve Dawn. So then, the other thing that came up, and so I put a note in here, splitting off the requested portion of the township parcel will result in a loss of flexibility for us. That was before I knew, the groundwater retention, and I invite all of you to go for a walk next to the post office. The other thing, actually a new development that just happened on Tuesday afternoon, is I received a call from MDOT because one of the neighbors, Jim Snyder, had inquired with MDOT about obtaining the railroad easement property. And if you look at the plat map, you'll see that, we already have that railroad easement for our cemetery, but we don't have it for our property, neither does the post office. Of course, we're in the way of the post office getting their railroad easement. And then Jim Snyder is the next neighbor to the west. And so apparently, the MDOT guy scrounged up this information that back in like 2017, the township had considered buying that railroad easement, but it never happened. It didn't get completed. There was some information that maybe there was some metals contamination, which he said is normal if you're abutting railroad property, dust from the wheels, that kind of stuff. And so that's also, if we could acquire that property, we would have to research. He said that apparently there was an environmental study done by the township. And so this would be a record research thing for us to do, probably in the clerk's office. And so, and then the last, if we don't have enough considerations, there's another consideration, and that is, there's also the issue again about originally, and this was not the Postal Realty Group, this was actually Jones Lang LaSalle, which is a big commercial real estate firm, national company. They had contacted us asking if we were willing to sell these parcels that are on the north side of Old M72 and a little bit to the west. And that's the property, it's actually two parcels. It's like a parcel within a parcel, but it's two. And this was the one that the chief has been using for his training, C-Tainer. And the question is should we really, we talked about this a couple months ago, and the feedback you guys gave me was that we weren't interested in letting go of that property because it's contiguous to high prey. But I think you can all see the pickle we're all in on this. We all like and enjoy the fact that we have a local post office. We want to help them. However, there's a lot of constraints, and I can tell you this design they have to just continue to have this long skinny building and this tortuous path to get to the back of it. It's not ideal. They were quite interested in the high prey property. So that's kind of what you have. It's a little bit of a little messy, so I'm bringing this to you to get any direction or input you guys have as far as what steps we would like to take from here.
I have a couple questions. So,
Sure.
if I remember correctly, the post office does not own the post office. They lease
Right,
that.
it's owned by this Postal Realty Group. They own multiple post offices.
Okay, so it's an arm of the post office, right? And like a real estate group that
No, I don't think they are. I think they're an independent entity.
they're a separate company.
They're like an investment company, yeah,
Okay.
out of New York
Okay.
City.
I guess another layer here was any discussion about selling them any land? I guess it seems like they should have an easement from us to use our road, as
You
they
mean
have been.
driving on our property?
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
But actually, one of those easements might be them. I don't know. I found it on a survey that was given to the health department when the fire station was expanded. They put in a new septic system. And it was the drawing from the septic construction company that yielded the fact that there's two easements. We think one's for the tower, probably.
Yeah, it looks like it's close to 20 feet there from the edge of the driveway to the postal property.
Right. And so they have to drive on our property
do,
because they park cars on the east side, and they can't get past the cars without driving all over our stuff.
So I think any negotiation about selling property should include discussion about an easement.
I agree, and I think they should have, if they don't already have an easement, I think they should have to pay for that too. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
it's, if I give them an easement, then I can't park my trucks over there, I mean, let's be reasonable, and we want to be good neighbors and all that jazz, but, I mean, come on.
Well, you're not gonna be able to park, say it's our property, you're not gonna be able to park a fire truck there even now, because that would block anybody from going to the post office and parking in that lot. So it's
Right.
not, that area, I don't know if that area even has a use right now for the fire department. Josh would know, but you can see that it's not just, they've taken it over. It's not just they're driving on our property. They've taken the property. And if you do want to do this deal, I would suggest that they pay even more and buy that section as well. Then you don't have this whole thing. Just sell it to them. I don't know. It's a gravel road, I think, or gravel.
If the post office wasn't there at all, if they did move across the street or someplace else, would that make that lot, if we purchased the lot that they're on, would that make it sufficient for a new fire hall right there? We'd have all the space we needed?
Yeah, so in speaking with Linda when she did the site visit, you know, I have some plans. You know, one of the other thoughts is, you know, if they do tear that down, we could start building in that spot while keeping our current fire station and slowly build into the property that we're in, and, you know, tear down as we need. We'll still have apparatus bays, keep their trucks in there, tear down the living quarters. You know, when you move in, then you tear down the apparatus bay. You know, it's just like a phased approach. It does open up room. They do drive through that area quite frequently, obviously every day, and it's big box trucks. And the problem with that drain, and I just learned this last week after all that heavy rain, is if you go to the post office and you notice that metal grate in front of the fire station, that's stormwater retention. There is a manhole cover just to the, I'm turned around right now. West of it. So that drains into that manhole cover, and that's tiled to that
Oh, okay.
retention pond.
Yeah, because when you and I looked at it, we didn't realize that. It's also, he also has a lovely ditch that goes from the end of his parking lot to the south.
Behind the.
Major ditching that goes over there.
Yep, so and then where they're parking their vans, that's state of Michigan property. That's in their easements. I know we've had residents inquire about that, and that's not even our property. They're driving through our property to park on state of Michigan land. So
I mean, I think we could have a pretty nice parcel for our fire department if we acquire the railroad property, as long as we can do that from an environmental standpoint. And if we acquire the post office's existing property, which I think we would have to pay to bulldoze it, and then we would have a nice setup. I mean, there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts with that, but that might work out well. And if the post office is satisfied with owning the property across the street, which, I mean, they wanted that, and we said no.
Did we say no? I thought we were going to.
I think we just had a general discussion, and the consensus was just that we wanted to keep the park property together, that we would rather acquire the rest of the park property that has homes on it. You know, there's, I
just
think,
don't recall the door being completely
Don't you
slammed
have to
on
go
that.
to the voters to dispose of parkland?
I do not know.
I know that was required in the city. We had to go to a vote of the people.
Also, talking in an open session about acquiring property is probably not financially a good thing to talk about, you know?
About what?
Acquiring property, because someone else could go put a bid and then, you know, we'd have to do more.
I think that it would be an opportunity, though. It's already out there, but
Yeah.
it could also not only enhance and expand the fire department or the fire station, but it could serve as a new township hall too for administration. It could be a combined.
And who knows if, has the post office even spoken to any of the neighbors if they want to stay in that area? That, you know, are we the only ones that they're soliciting for land or, you know, purchase? Are they talking to everybody?
So I did hear, and I provided contact information to Jim Snyder, because he owns several parcels there. But I was told that there was no solid agreement. Mr. Snyder owns the property to the west. Do you guys want me to put this file up there? It's the rendering from the Postal Service. It's in your packet.
I'm looking at it right now.
It's just, yeah, okay.
I guess, could we back up to the comment about the other property on the north side of the road there? I don't remember us closing the door completely on the sale of that. Maybe I missed something. I thought we had a general discussion. Yeah, they're interested. Maybe they wanted to do their own due diligence. We'd come back to it.
Well, and they came back with this. It's a little hard for me to understand. The Postal Service themselves have never contacted us back. We sent them a memo last fall in response to that postcard they mailed to all of us. But the Postal Service themselves has not communicated. It was just Jones Lang LaSalle and then the owner of the current post office property. So it's a little murky regarding who is whose agent, you know.
They might like it that way.
So I guess, you know, I can continue to research this, but it's important if the board wants to give any specific direction to me that you're clear. I do believe one of the questions is, you know, I can reinitiate discussions with Jones Lang LaSalle on the property across the street. If everybody is supportive, I don't want to contact him if ultimately several board members would intend to vote no on.
I think exploring that makes sense, but.
I would need to see how much, and I want.
How it affects the park, yeah.
And I would have to, we'd have to do research and make sure that we have the authority to do that without voter approval.
Right, I noted that question, trying to figure out if we have a local rule or a state rule about that. When you say how much, I mean, it's right on the website how much property that is. I believe it's more than an acre. It's substantially more property than what they currently have.
If they went across the street, I mean, it would almost be like a swap. You know, and probably the land across the street might be worth more than what their property is on, but I wonder if any kind of mutually beneficial arrangement could be made with, you know, just we're kind of swapping locations. We could definitely benefit from using their location, you know, where they currently are, and they would benefit from being able to build a brand new building across the street.
They have 0.19 acres and we have 1.59 acres.
Oh.
Thanks, Josh.
Yep. It's 2 lots, but combined it's 1.5.
Yeah, they're
And
fine.
is Mr. Snyder actively pursuing buying that railroad land?
I was just told that he made a call and then MDOT turned around and called me to make sure I was aware to, I think it's just like a synergy of the MDOT guy. If he's gonna look at it for Jim, he would look at it for us at the same time, and he was,
And so
I know.
that's a
he was
possibility
pulling
that
records.
he could buy that at any point, basically.
I think that they're careful about, you know, trying to be fair. That was the impression I got from MDOT. They're not just gonna go sell property behind you without, you know, letting you know.
So MDOT,
Also because he knew that we had been interested in the past.
so MDOT is the owner of the railroad right away?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah,
Which
they're
surprised me.
all over the state.
No, I don't know that that's true. There's a lot of the railroads themselves own.
When we did our power line work, we had to work with MDOT on the, near the Tart Trail. We put in power lines there.
Okay, so can we just make sure that we're clear on direction? I will continue to investigate stuff like easements. I can get a hold of Jones Lang LaSalle and just, you know, get a little bit better clarity. I mean, they always, you know, just making sure who they're representing. Were they hired by the Postal Service or whom? I don't know if they're working for Postal Realty or the post office. I don't know.
That was my understanding. They called me originally and I sent them to you when they first made the contact to us, and it was like, it almost sounded like they were real estate agents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I know the real estate agents, but I'm not sure who's their customer, you know what I mean? Are they just trolling, or are they, it sounded like they had maybe a relationship with one or the other entity. So it sounds like just continue to gather more information, and I'm gonna probably need some help from Wendy on just trying to see if we can find the environmental study.
Are any of us interested at this point in thinking it's a good idea for us to sell them the easement? And it just sounds like there's just a lot of problems. Are any of us even thinking it's a good idea at this point? Because maybe that will save you some work.
I don't know, what do the rest of you guys think? I mean, they can't really operate without it. I don't know that I want to sell it to them. I don't know.
It just seems like a really bad idea in so many ways, and I think there's probably, I hate,
Oh, you do? And is that usually for after-hours training, or?
Like, if we get a response call, I mean, the team parks nose to nose there while also parking in front of the cemetery, so.
Oh, really?
and it just completely eliminates any future development of the, you know, we would never be able to do anything with the
We could
existing.
expand to the west if we wanted to.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, the groundwater retention's a big deal. I walked out there, you can kind of see it on the
Yeah.
figure. It's just the big dark spot on the piece of property they want to acquire.
So it was also just brought to my attention, actually, Kim Magnus brought this to my attention just a second ago, that the apparatus bay used to flood, like where the trucks are stored, before they put that tile in. So it was set, I mean, this was done intentionally, so.
Yeah, so anyway, there's lots of issues. All right, so it sounds like you want me to just follow up on the plethora of open issues, and I will also talk to our attorney about whether this discussion needs to be closed session. That was your point, Wendy?
That's a good point.
Thank you. All right.
So can I ask if,
Yep.
are you with Cherry Capital? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay if we deal with that next?
Yes, well, you know what, they are,
Well.
no, we had some
we're-
other stuff first, so, okay. So, yes, if you can step forward about the Metro Act permit, so this is item K2.
So there's a
Handle that while they're here.
memo in your packet and explaining this request, and I'll make a motion authorizing the supervisor and clerk to sign the bilateral right-of-way telecommunications permit referencing Cherry Capital Connection LLC application dated March 23, 2026, and directs the supervisor to submit the required reporting information to the MPSC. And if there's a second, we can discuss it.
I'll second that. So motion made by Aaron, seconded by Slopsman.
I think, did you have anything to present, or did you want to just be available for questions if people had them?
Yeah, I think you all know who we are a little bit. Tim has been here several times and interacted with the group here. But if you do have any questions for me, we are a locally owned, operated telecom company up in Elk Rapids is where our headquarters is at. And our focus is bringing fiber optic internet service to rural, remote residents that don't currently have high-speed broadband internet service. So that's our company focus, family-owned, operated. We like to operate locally and partner with local partners. Our contractors are all Michigan companies, and our primary contractor is very local. So his office, Fiber North, is right here up on 72 in Williamsburg, so right in Whitewater Township. So it's kind of a quick overview. I know you all have had quite a long day today, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. On Exhibit A, you can see our planned routes that we have right now. These are a combination between self-funded BEAD grant and further south is RDOF grant funds that we've won. So if you have any questions about what we're doing, impact, or any of that, feel free to ask.
So as you know, we did have the board approve several months ago a letter of understanding for their utilization of the ARPA funds that they received for construction to be completed by the end of '26 for that project. I noticed in the materials, it states that the project will begin in '26 and go through '27. And Linda did send this to legal for review, and he came back and assured us this is a standard state required format. So we're good there on the legal. It was highly recommended that legal review it anyway. The only area where you would be able to make modifications is, I think in my memo I said section 8 something, but it's not. It's 4.3, restoration of property. You have the opportunity as a board to require a bond for restoration of any damages in the right-of-way from the construction. I know the prior board waived that with 186 Networks, and I've seen their work, this company's work in the right-of-way from 31 along Elk Lake Road to Town Line.
Yep.
And I didn't see any issues with their work, so I don't think that bonding, in my opinion, is necessary. That was sort of my thoughts on it, but
I think when you researched this too, Tim, you found that it was a little odd that the township signed this kind of an agreement with 186 Networks, and they did that like 4 years ago, like quite a while ago.
yeah, 2017,
It was back that far.
was it?
Okay.
And I can clarify on it a little bit. This
23, or I don't know.
This is a replacement for, I think, back in 2002. They used to have franchise agreements between telecommunication and municipalities, but that was a wide variance on cost, and also some municipalities would try to hold hostage specific telecommunication. Never had that issue in my career, but back in 2002, they came up with this state form. Essentially what this does is it's a way of the municipality knowing all telecommunication activity going on within their jurisdiction. And it also is a tax revenue source for the township. So we get taxed an annual tax of 5 cents per foot of infrastructure that we have in the ground. It's not everything that's planned, it's everything that's placed, right? So once we have the infrastructure in the ground, every January report to the state underneath the Metro Act authority, and then we calculate out what our own fee is, send it to them for review, they review it, and then they send us a bill. And then based on that bill, they distribute out to all the municipalities that we're working in. So at the end of the day, it's protection for us and the municipality. And then it's also information of what's going on within your own township, and then tax revenue source. The best summary I can quickly give you.
Yeah. It was 2020 for 186.
Yeah, that's where I picked up that 2020.
And then as far as registration with the state, I can't really advise on that, but I did include the cover letter packet.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
And it's just directions to go to the website and who to send the information through.
Yeah, and that's what I requested of Tim.
Okay, good.
Because I don't, I don't know, but the 186, when they were done, if that was,
It doesn't come up often, so I've done, at this point, I'm getting pretty close to doing about 100 Metro Acts across the state in my career, and most municipalities only hear about it once every 5 years. At most, it's
so
not.
do we have to do, as a township, do we have to do that annually to be eligible for the money to be sent back to us? Or is it just the one time?
It's just the one time.
Okay.
And yeah, it's through the MPSC, so there's a LARA MPSC Metro Act. So if you search that, it'll bring you to the information page, and then I will double check. I do this periodically just to make sure it's still the same director over that division. But yeah, this information should get you to where you need to get registered. The nice thing is once it's in, it is posted to the LARA website. You can search all past Metro Acts. So it's a year behind. So for 2026, you'll see it available probably around May in 2027. You'll see it's on there. But we have to report any work that we do in January. And it helps us out because we're going to report that we're doing work in that municipality anyway, but it registers that essentially you approved the application and that it was accepted and executed, so.
So from the time they make application, we have 45 days to act on the permit. And that's why it's on your agenda right now. So we can't really push this off any further without calling a special meeting, I suppose. But so it seems pretty straightforward to me.
And we send this entire document scanned to that state contact, correct?
I think we just report it.
Yeah, I think it's just a simple reporting that.
So we execute the document, we keep it on file, we give a copy to you, and then we communicate to the state that we executed the document.
Yep.
And the dates.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you look to that Lara site, this is for Jill, I think with the current Metro Act fees, the $12,150, that probably is from 186 Networks. Like if you went into Lara and you research that payment, it'd probably show up there that, it'll show up what companies that it involved. Maybe there is another one that I'm not aware of too. So, but I think that it's an electronic payment, I think, that comes in, but they clearly mark that as a Metro Act fee, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion on it?
Question on the agreement here, item 3.3 talks about as-built records.
Yeah.
Can we get copies of, or records of what's been built and what's going to be built?
Yeah, so we can provide that. Most municipalities don't request that anymore. It is still part of the Metro Act, and we're willing to provide them at any time. So if you all would like to see as-built of where we've completed work, we can provide that to the township.
I think it'd be helpful to know where the lines are.
Yeah, we can do that on an annual basis.
Yeah, I think I read in there that you're supposed to anyway.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, you are.
3.3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so are you guys ready for this motion here?
We did the motion in a
The
second.
motion, so.
Can't remember who seconded. You
do
did. You did.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, unopposed? All right, Wendy and I will execute that document.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you could email me just a copy of it, just for my records, I would appreciate
Are
that.
you Levi?
Yes, ma'am.
Just making sure.
Thanks for running down here.
Thank
So-
you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the phone call, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. All right, returning to our agenda, we have a short discussion on ordinance enforcement policy. So from our last meeting, I provided the information, the comments made by the board members to our attorney, Peter Wendling, and let him know when our next two evening meetings are. And he came back and said that he's available for both of those meetings, which are on the second Thursday of the month of May and June. We also talked about, I did not do this yet, but we can send the meeting minutes from the public meeting we had at the school last September to just kind of make sure that he's prepared for those questions. So I just put this on the agenda today to just double check with people when and how you want to do this. We certainly have a regular meeting scheduled that we can hold right here, and the board, I assume, will have Peter be part of the discussion, and he can give an overview, but then also give the board opportunity to ask questions. So bringing that to you guys for your thoughts on next steps of getting that scheduled with him.
We talked about the 14th being the joint meeting of the planning commission, so
Right.
that would have to be,
So you're thinking it should be a different meeting so that
Well,
it's
yeah.
not over-programmed?
yes.
Okay, other thoughts?
I agree with that.
Okay.
I guess the question for me is, do we want to try to have that meeting here? Or do we want to go over to the school? So, I mean, well, it was on the agenda before. And there weren't a lot of people. It was a morning meeting. There weren't a lot of people here. Well, you know, we bumped it, but didn't act on it. But so that's kind of a question, and we can, you know, I can get that coordinated if you want to have it at the school. I do have a call into East Bay Township to see what their actual capacity is. It's, East Bay is a little, it's more plug and play. It's already all set up for this kind of thing, right?
I think though, based on when we were there for our Skigmog Point meeting, I was told it had a capacity of like 150, and I couldn't envision 150 people squeezing in that space. I don't know how the rest of you felt. It didn't, I was a little surprised it didn't look that size to me.
Elk Rapids Township has offered their services too.
How big is theirs?
I'm not sure. I've been there, but I don't know how much it would hold.
I haven't been in that.
I mean,
Across from the park,
It's right by the
swing sets.
city hall, yeah.
it's a village building.
So that might be better. Personally, I believe there were some acoustics problems in the Mill Creek gym. The location's great, but I thought that the sound was a problem. And especially when, you know, somebody moved the podium, and then that was a big problem, especially for anybody watching online. The acoustics were challenging in there because of all the concrete walls.
I thought Woodland School worked well.
Not for LIAA too much.
Oh.
Yeah, they gave
There were a lot
feedback.
of, I
They had problems?
was talking to Joe about them, both sites, and they prefer doing it at the school over Woodland because of the sound issues there.
All right, so just,
I thought the village said they weren't interested in letting us use their hall. I thought we asked them once.
The clerk just told me yesterday, but,
Oh.
yeah.
okay.
They
Well, we
have
should
new people.
definitely follow up on that and find out capacity. All right, so do we want to go with the,
That would be a very good location, I think.
let me check the calendar again and just make sure that we're all clear on what we're choosing here.
And two, just since it's just discussion, but, you know, I'm gonna at least go through the public meeting that we had at the school. I still have all those comments that I wrote down. And then the comments made at our last meeting when this was discussed, there were board suggestions from the public. And, you know, so obviously, we don't want to put anything out there again that doesn't include this kind of stuff, right? So we have work to do on.
And do you want the short-term rental survey at the same time with the joint meeting?
So I thought we kind of talked about that earlier.
So that's a no.
That seems
No,
like
I
a
think
lot.
I think it, yeah.
Plus whatever regular business we'd have too.
Right. Now, that is the other thing, is that, I think we need to be careful how much additional business we plan to conduct in addition to this. You know, you want to make it convenient for the people so they can show up at a specific time, and this issue will be discussed, and that they'll have a chance to make a comment relative to that. And I guess a lot of this just comes down to, we can do our general business at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it sounds like, let me just confirm this. So we're gonna look at June 11th as the date. We'll explore Mill Creek Gymnasium, and we'll also check out what the capacity of the Elk Rapids Township Hall is. I think we did have an approximate count of, I think it was roughly 100 people when we did this at the school previously. And so that would be the number we would be looking for, and I think this time we need to, one of us should go verify at the Elk Rapids Town Hall. I mean, not just accept if they tell us it's 100 and I go up there and I find 30 chairs. I don't want that to happen. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right. Relocation of recycle bins.
So I haven't got it, I'm waiting for Josh to tell me no when Tom and him would be available to go over to High Prairie Park and look at the property over there. It was discussed about down at Whitewater Township Park somewhere in, you know, along the, you know, where the tower is, maybe back in there, and then the big parking lot. But it's the general belief that it just would not be satisfactory to the public. It would not be used. The road is often just a mess anyway. and it's just too far away, too out of the way, I should say. So, but that does leave High Prairie. Now, the option is to not have it anymore, but I don't think that would be popular. It's very heavily used. And I saw Tuesday when I was here, Linda and I were here, they came to empty them that day, and that was my first experience with watching the entire process. There were people constantly going over there, when, like Wendy has said, with these bins up in the air, and they're trying to throw stuff. I mean, it was just,
See why we have the
it
colors.
was unbelievable. I was like,
And even that, it's unsafe.
and this, so
He's gonna get hurt.
a neighbor was walking over with his stuff. He said, "Oh, they got them all emptied for you." And he said, "I sure wish you'd get them the hell out of here. It'd cut down on 90% of the traffic on our road." So, I don't know. And I know that there are people that are not gonna want these in a park, but I don't know where else we put them. So,
Well, we also, I mean, quite frankly, High Prairie has a large portion of that park is not actually used
right.
for anything.
But along M72, there's just, Tom thought, off Elk Lake Road, where that fence line is that we're gonna replace, but, that would be a problem. This is where people are going to play, they park in there, it's a circle drive, and that would be kind of a mess, I think, to try to squeeze that operation in there, right on the back of these homes. But, off M72 across from the fire station, to me, it's kind of easy in, easy out. It'll be easier for the trucks. They won't be double stacked. But there is going to be cost to preparing the property for, obviously, the heavy weight of those trucks and all the use, whether that's graveling it or grading it, graveling it, whatever. And then we're going to have to duplicate the fence situation so stuff doesn't blow all over the place.
So I think you have a GFL contact that'll help do that site review with you, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Travis?
Yeah, so I think it's important, we need to understand if we have to put down a gravel
Right.
surface
Why
for
would
this.
they not pay for that? I don't understand why we would
This
be
is-
responsible for it. It's just.
Because I think the township is hosting it. I mean, obviously, it's all their bins and all this stuff, but I don't think that they,
So we don't.
I
do
can ask
us
that
or-
question, but I
Do
don't.
us or the county pay them to provide this service?
No.
No? Okay, so we're not paying a bill for them coming and picking this stuff up.
No.
They're making money on it, and
Well-
to me, they should be paying
know.
us.
I don't know.
They should be renting space from us.
Do you think they're making money on it?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a
I
big
do.
question
They
mark.
wouldn't do it if they weren't making money on it.
I don't know. It's
They're making a lot of money.
well.
So just as a point of information for the public, I actually had somebody call me about this Monday or Tuesday, and I talked to them, and they were concerned because they can never get over here when they can actually drop off their recycles. They drive over here and they're all full. And so I did make sure I let him know when Acme moved theirs from the Holiday Shopper, they moved it over to it'd be the north edge of the old Kmart building. It's a U-Store business there, and they have it set up with really nice pavement, and you drive up, and there's like 10 bins in a row. They're not double stacked, and they're very lightly used. And I mentioned that to that citizen, because I said, we all drive down M72 to 31, and it's not very far to just whip over there and drop your stuff off. It's actually more convenient than this. And they keep the site really nice, so I think it's okay to let people know that that's available.
Well, anyway.
All right.
So I just want to add,
That's where we're at.
I really think that, I'm not quite as easily dismissing the site off of Park Road by the cell tower. I think, I think you're moving the problem from one place to another, and I'm not having recycle things by a park, just doesn't seem like it's a good idea.
Well, I also think that we would have potentially more dumping going on there too. And it is interesting, GFL comes and picks up the recycles, but, Wendy has had to deal with dumping concerns. And I've dealt with one or two by picking it up and putting it in our dumpster because people leave trash.
And there is a resident who comes here regularly and cleans it up.
Yeah,
I think he was here because he was
Said he was coming.
okay.
What if the tribe would take them, like the casino?
Oh, I haven't tried that. I tried Myers and I got
Sure
shut
down
down on that.
They don't want that over there.
Well,
A lot of space,
we
though.
can call.
Yeah.
They can say
Where
no.
else could we put it? I
Put
mean,
some slot machines by them.
maybe tell them about the traffic, you know, coming in.
Well, okay.
You can ask,
I
but
think Josh has the operations manager's name. Johnny. Yeah, there you go, yeah.
so,
All right, moving along. All right, clerk additional compensation issue status update. So on Tuesday, April 21, records were turned over to the Michigan State Police and interview conducted with myself and Treasurer Kester, and that's it for my update. So.
Okay.
Any questions? All right. We took Metro Act permit, Grand Traverse County Road Commission brine agreement. So we already had him in. This is a standard thing we do every year, so let me get over to that motion.
I'll make a motion to authorize the clerk and supervisor to sign the 2026 road brine agreement with Grand Traverse County Road Commission for 2 brine applications.
Okay, we need a second on that.
I'll second that, Kester.
All right, motion made by Aaron, seconded by Kester. Any discussions or questions?
Just the price is a little bit lower than it was last year by a couple dollars.
It's shocking.
Yep. And it is budgeted for. That was all I had to say on it.
All right. Other questions?
We had those agreements with the, some private property or private developers in terms of brining, is that?
Yeah, there is, it was part of site plan approval for the, I can't recall the name of it. Yep, Silver Birch Resort
Yes.
off of Moore Road.
Yes.
I think they provide 2 additional brines.
So that's separate from this?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally.
So what we,
And I remember I've spoken to, I think his name is Rob Avina. Anyway, I've spoken to him before. He said he found that this other company he felt did a better job of the brining, but the whole deal with the amount that we have to brine through the county, this is a county deal, and they pay half, we pay half. So if we were to do it on our own, we would have to pay double.
I did get a price from, I met with, actually I drove over there with them. They came and did some work for me on my property. The people that do our road use a different product. It's environmentally friendly, and it really has knocked down the dust problem on our road. And we get 2 applications a year. So I went down there with them and showed them where Park Road, where we take over ownership of that, all the way to the ranger station. And they sent me a price that was twice the amount that the road commission charges. So I just didn't really respond to that. And
So on the drawing for this brining agreement, it actually shows that they are running all the way down.
There's a list.
Basically to the,
Yeah.
well, you can see on the map, they're going all the way down to the ranger station. So they're pretty much covering the whole thing.
they are. But I think they're counting that as the private road mileage, aren't they?
Possibly.
1.1 for private road part.
Okay.
Local seasonal.
Maybe.
You see on their bid sheet, they have, yeah, it is marked with that, seasonal, they mark seasonal roads.
Yeah, that's Waddell.
Yeah, the parts that they have marked seasonal, yeah, there's just one of these.
I guess they're including that.
They're including it.
They're including in the county
Yeah.
maintained, not part of the non-county is those seasonal,
The Samuels Road and Odell.
right?
Okay. All right, so motion made and seconded. Any further questions? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed.
So can I ask a process or a question? We've got a CPA coming here at 1 o'clock, and we pay a good hourly rate for that. And we're not gonna have time, in my opinion, to properly discuss payroll outsourcing or the PMP manual, section 3.0. So it leaves two verbal things left, but.
No, there's two more. Then there's the retirement plan,
Right,
which
those-
is just a simple question. I think that, is that fast, Wendy? And then I also have this simple request to purchase, or to authorize purchase orders for electronic speed signs.
But are we okay with eliminating those two till a future meeting?
I was gonna add, I was gonna do a
Okay.
motion to table payroll.
Thank you. All right, so we'll table them.
Okay, so there needs to be a direct motion for both of those items,
I would
please.
like to make a motion to table payroll outsourcing discussion to the next meeting.
And
Oh, I'm doing both of them, and the review of the policy and procedure manual, section 3.0.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so those will be added to the next,
A future meeting, when,
future meeting, okay. So the next one is for Wendy. So, with the Acrisure and John Hancock, retirement accounts, and I think it also happened with Voya for employee contribution programs, we've seen a lack of consistency in posting funds to employees' accounts. So, Wendy, I was hoping you could tell us what you know about the inconsistencies.
When you say inconsistencies, you mean
Well, sometimes.
previously? or-
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes they make regular payments and then they don't for a while. And then I say something to you and then fabulously here the money comes in. So I'm just trying to understand, why is it, we had the big lag last summer. It went from July all the way to, it didn't get credited till October. That was a really big lag. And then we had a recent one where there were a lack of deposits and then they all flooded in on the same date.
So there was like a perfect storm from that. So July to October, there was multiple issues. Well, for one, the auditor also said that this does not need to be done in a government situation does not follow under federal guidelines. So like in a private sector, you would have to do this every month by the 15th. In government sections, we do not. The previous clerk did it quarterly. She did it literally on an Excel spreadsheet. It was done in fund balance, and then she had to give it to John Hancock by a paper check and put an Excel sheet with it. So in July, an Excel sheet was given to the treasurer to put with the check with that instructions. I do not know if that was followed or not. It goes to a distributing place where they messed it up. And then, so then I had to contact Acrisure, which was not Acrisure at the time, it was a different company. And so then the companies changed, the reps changed. I was trying to track down people. They had to get from that actual processing, then change it manually on the other side. It was the whole thing. In that process too, there was 2 other people that were actually withdrawing their retirement funds at the same time. So then the person getting the new rep had to go back and recalculate things. And there was actually things that were from previous employees that had to be redone. So then checks were given for that too. The people withdrew their retirement funds. So in going back, that was a process of, trying to get them to talk back to me and the whole process back and forth, along with doing any extra stuff that I was doing and the conversion. And then now that we do have Acrisure and we have the reps, we went through like 5 reps in that series of time. So there was just a lot of back and forth and back and forth. I finally got set up for, after getting into BSNA, got set up to go onto the portal. That's when the more regular payments had started. So that's why I can go in there and actually upload an Excel sheet to them and then let them know, and then they can just take it and then they attribute it to the funds. So, but the only thing is that now we're getting charged more. So every time that they have to fund the accounts, they do charge, so.
So is that extra money we pay as the township, or
It
does that
is.
get taken out of the employees'
No,
money?
it's, well, actually, it might be both, because you probably get a little charge too, because we're funding it more often. But, the township is paying.
We pay to have money put into a
Yep.
retirement account?
Yep.
I never heard that one before, but
Is that a processing fee, or is that?
It is,
So
yeah.
are they withdrawing it from our account? Is it set
Well,
up
I
that
was
way, or are we still
looking
paying?
at my own, and when they recalculate it, they do charge you a fee. So like, I think they're recalculating it every so often, kind of thing.
I have seen some small fees on my
Mhm.
account as well, so,
Everyone has access to a portal too for that.
right.
Yes.
So most recently, like when I looked at what was deposited into my account, I had,
As of, so that's the other thing, when I do it, the portal, it takes them a good week for them to even update that.
right, so like, there was this other gap that occurred, like, there was a deposit made on December 1st, and then one January 20th, and then nothing, and then all of a sudden, on March 23rd, they loaded 4 contributions all on the same day. So is that most recent issue between what happened in January and then to March, and then it stops again, So I'm just trying to figure out
So it's,
who drops the ball. Is it Acrisure?
it's a little
Or
of
is it-
both. So if done for January, say I'll do 2 paychecks at once, and then February I did 2, and then if I uploaded them, they didn't do them. So it's a dual thing. I contacted them last Thursday and asked them if they could look at our accounts and make sure they were up to date, and if we needed to do anything with them, and still have not heard back. So it's a little about a customer service as well.
Right, so have you determined yet, like, do you want to make a change, like to only do it once a month or only do it quarterly? Have you kind of determined, or?
I'm doing them at least once a month, yeah.
Okay.
But I just wanted
So-
you to know about the fees too.
Right. And so my other question is there, and maybe we don't have enough information yet, but should we be looking at maybe changing to a different company? Would there be somebody that would provide better service?
I don't like their customer service, no.
Well, obviously, it's not very good, that's why I asked.
Well, there is the MERS program that I think we're eligible for.
And I've heard that before, and I guess this is what I'm saying, to people that plan to work here a long time, it's a lot more concerning to me because the impact of this monkeying around, like just use the last summer example.
Right.
That's really terrible for an employee because the market did pretty well last year. And through a series of stuff, deposits weren't put into employee accounts, and that was very detrimental financially to people. I mean, that doesn't make us look like a good employer, no matter whose fault it is. Ultimately, who lost on that was the employee.
And we didn't have any control over who was buying that company or who was, assigning the reps. either.
Right, and so it's just kind of, if we could go to somebody that's maybe more stable, and maybe Tim knows something about this based on his employment.
I get MERS.
Yeah, we're
You-
eligible for that, right?
You would do,
Yeah.
you'd do a defined contribution program.
Right.
But my question is do you feel like they provided good service?
Oh, yeah, I don't have any problem with them.
They're at every conference too.
This is what I mean. So maybe that's something we all need to be
They are
thinking
the-
about for a future action, unless somebody wants to make a motion right now, but I know we also need to just move on with our day.
Yeah.
So it seems to me like we should consider doing that, especially when we've got somebody like Josh who plans to have a career here. We're talking about hiring a full-time, part-time firefighter / park manager. This is all things that help us attract the right people. So, okay.
So the only other comment I have on that is that there's still, and maybe it's one of these journal entries that need to get posted, but when we know how much our full-time employee makes, and when you look at the revenue and expense report under pension, it's not 10%.
That's why I was asking them to make sure that he had what
There's
he had.
just something,
Yeah.
there's just something not right about how it's getting posted to our financials.
I will let my BSNA know that one.
Okay. All right, we're down to, we talked about tabled items already. We added 2 items to the tabled list today. There were no other items waiting. Announcements, next meeting?
Speed sign.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. I checked that off accidentally. Okay, so this next thing is just, we've already talked about electronic speed signs, just a simple motion. Tim has been, he got the electronic speed sign recommendation from the sheriff's department. He talked to the supplier. I also asked him to please look at Sourcewell and just, you know, double check, see if we can get a better price. We know that we have to get a permit from the road commission to install within the road right away, pound the poles, and we're probably gonna need some miscellaneous hardware and possibly some labor also. I did get a call from Mark Taylor this past week that said that Mr. Lenzini could possibly help us drive the poles. Anyway, so what the point of this motion is, I'll just read it. Motion to authorize purchase orders, plural, not to exceed $10,000 for 2 electronic speed signs, miscellaneous hardware, installation labor, and permits to be installed within the road right away within Whitewater Township.
It's not a portable one.
So I was told that these signs, correct me if I'm wrong, or these devices can be taken off of the pole and then they can go put on a different pole. So you can place them on a certain road for a while, try and get the traffic to calm down, and then you can pick them up and put them somewhere else. I think we all heard Mark Taylor publicly speak that he wanted both signs by Samuel's Farm, both sides of the road on Skegumog Point. I don't know that we can commit to that. I don't really think that's terribly fair to the church and Vinton people that have also expressed concerns. So, but the point is, they can be moved around. There's nothing that says we can't drive another pole there by Skegumog Point. I also think, based on what Dan said today, that he's gonna do the wedging and chipping of the southern portion of Skegumog Point Road and Cook Road. The loose stone will slow people down initially, but as the summer progresses, the speed might go up because there's so many potholes on those roads. And so, you know, I personally think we should take some time to look at the map and, you know, we're gonna need some extra poles and they'll probably need to be moved around. The fire chief offered to assist with moving them around once we get all this hardware in place.
It's probably better control if you move it every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is to just get people more aware. I mean, I drive around Traverse City, I see those signs, and when it starts flashing at me, I slow down.
Yeah, it does work. They have it by the Kmart when you're coming in. It goes to 45 at the entrance to the resort. Went by there.
Oh, okay.
And it's small, but the thing with that's a 45-mile zone, so it'll start flashing if you're driving above 45.
Right.
These roads, like we were talking about today, are 55. So we can't just set them for 25 and have them flash if you're driving above 25, because our understanding is the speed limit is 55. So I talked to Dan Watkins about these. He said we do have to fill out a permit, but he didn't see any problem issuing, allowing that, because I think Green Lake Township has some, and then I think that one in Acme is Acme Township, on 31 there. But there is no speed limit sign. I drove down Skegumog Point Road, and there is no 55-mile-an-hour sign, and I talked to Dan about that, and he said the residents don't want one. I mean, that's what he said, right? They don't really want people even driving 55 because it's too fast. And so what we would do with these is we would have to, just like the one in Acme, would have to put our own post in with a post hole thing, whatever, like you were talking about. And then, and they are portable, so it's a solar feature, and it has apparently some storage information of traffic patterns or whatever in it that, you know, every 6 months you can take and you can download some information, but it's nothing where for an extra $1,500 you could communicate with the thing remotely on a computer. But I don't see that. I mean,
too much money.
Yeah, well, we don't enforce, so having that information is going to be useful, I guess. But But it might kind of give us, I think Randy even mentioned it, but it might give us some times of the day that, you know, hey, between 8 and 10, we have people that are going above the speed limit on this road, and you might start seeing a pattern, like maybe it's in the morning, in the evening when people are coming home, and that would be good information that we could share with our sector, if, you know, our police department too. Those would be the times that we'd want maybe a little more enforcement. So I did yesterday, called 2 other companies, since this is being pushed forward quicker than I thought it was going to, and I got 1 voicemail during this meeting. So Linda wanted me to get a couple more proposals. So I don't know, I kind of, as far as the motion goes, it's a not to exceed $10,000 and that's fine, but I mean, if you don't want to wait for me to get the 3 quotes and come back with a purchase order to what company and that kind of thing.
So the reason I put this together is just because I don't like wasting time. And I know that Tim will talk to me about this and do his due diligence and bring it to Wendy and I. The point is, we're not trying to circumvent any procedure. I just want to make sure that, like, I don't even know what the lead time is on this stuff, if the stuff's on the shelf or not. But what I don't want to do is lose time because we're not having another meeting for 3 weeks. That's what I don't like doing. So that's why the motion's on this.
So I'm confused by your statement, though. They said they were programmed to be at 55 miles an hour, so if we put one here on Church Street, it wouldn't go off till you're going over 55?
Well, I don't know how you program them, but obviously it's a speed sign, so that's the purpose of them, to show you this is how fast you're driving. And you've driven by them, you see they flash.
I can't believe you can't change that to.
Oh, well,
but then.
Well, there has to be a setting in it, but what I'm saying is, it wouldn't be proper, because the people on that street want people to drive 25, right?
We can't
It's
program
not,
like
it
that.
wouldn't be proper to set that at 25 if that's not really the speed limit of the road. You know, and that's what I was trying to get today with Dan Watkins. Is there a map where we could find out what is the speed limit on our roads?
Or can we trust Google Map?
I know,
Based
so
on my experience, pretty trustworthy.
it just seems frustrating to me that there's not a source where you can go that tells us what the speed.
Yeah.
And so
Seems like
if,
it's not really gonna accomplish anything, if it's, you know, at the very best, it might heighten people's awareness of how fast they're going, but it's not gonna change anybody who's,
my understanding of
Driving
it.
55
right,
on
my
Church.
understanding, unless posted otherwise, the
It's
speed limit
55.
is 55. So,
It's my understanding, too, that that's the way it is.
All right, so I made this motion. If we want to go forward with it, it needs a second.
I'll second it.
All right, so seconded by Milnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'm opposed, just, I would rather see bids. I mean, how do we even know what we're getting for $10,000 at this point?
I've already got 1 bid from what was recommended by the sheriff's department, and it came out to 4,200 apiece or something like that.
So we get 2 of them
So
for
I know that this
10,000.
would be enough, you know, for 2. And we budgeted for 2. I think this is the amount we budgeted too.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll still keep my nay, just because I don't see what it's.
We just wanted
Okay.
to see your name on it.
He has to leave by 1:30. Okay, so we need to wrap it up. Okay, you guys, no tabled items, announcements. Next meeting's May 14th at 6:30 PM. Any further board member announcements?
Oh, for the newsletter, just a reminder, I've already received a few things, but get what you would like in the newsletter to me by April 30.
It's next week, yep.
And I've got something from Deb, I got something from Jill. I've got the spring, it's not really a spring cleanup day, it used to be, it's a summer cleanup day. But anyway, cleanup day is gonna be on there. So I'm collecting the information, Randy's gonna put it in that same format we did last time. What you sent, Jill, is like gonna be way too much. All good stuff, but I don't know if Randy's gonna edit things down or,
Well, that's, we gotta collect everything that we're gonna get and then try to get this and see how many pages and all that kind of stuff,
That's
so
what we did
that.
last time, he just kind of edited it, narrowed
Okay,
it down.
all
to
right.
what he
Yeah, just,
wanted.
there's a fair amount of work in that to try to get it to.
right, well, I don't wanna be, you know, judge and jury on if, you know, Wendy wants this in there and then I say, no, it's too much, and
How
that's
much
not.
do you want? A couple paragraphs, or what is your goal?
Well, I don't know, I guess, are we,
I mean,
we're
announce
doing a separate mailing, right?
Elections, is there gonna be, you're gonna have a primary before the next, I mean, announce your elections, I suppose, and just things that,
This is a standalone mailing though, right?
correct.
Yes. And
So then-
anything on early voting, people might be interested in that. I know I've used that.
So we'll need to talk about,
Any new things that change rules or whatever. So that's my announcement.
Okay, public comment.
Randy Steelman, Chris Road, make it quick, guys. I just wanted to, it sounds like the $10,000 for speed signs is totally silly, because we're gonna be telling people they can go 55 on one of these roads that should be 25 but isn't. So that seems silly to waste the money on. And then Skeegamog, if they don't want the normal speed limit signs on there because they don't want people to know they can go 55, why would we want a lighted one that tells them that? So that was all I had to say. Thanks a lot, guys. It's a hard meeting.
Anybody else like to make a public comment?
Julie Zenas, Skeegamog Point Road. First of all, I want to publicly recognize Deb, our zoning administrator, for all of her hard work. I think you made a great point today. She's dealing with non-homestead residents, which is over 60+%. So when we're talking about ordinances and things like that, infractions, we have to think about it's not just what's here, the people that live here, it's those people that you can't get a hold of. And I commend her for that. I would ask that the board remove the treasurer's report from the consent calendar moving forward, and actually place it under reports and presentations like the trustees' reports, et cetera. Found it very helpful, the conversation today, but then our treasurer can speak to it directly, summarize what's going on, and the public can get more open information about and transparency about what's going on with the finances. The third thing I have to say is it's about the clerk. A timeline and questions in the last meeting. It was shared, the legal review on February 15th happened. March 9th, the detailed perspective from the clerk was given. On March 20th of 2026, there was a legal opinion. On March 25th, 2026, there was a post on Williamsburg Rock about an alleged embezzlement, and then there was another anonymous post regarding the alleged embezzlement. And on March 31st, there was a special meeting, a public closed session. So my question to you is, how did this alleged incident get leaked out? On Facebook page, Williamsburg Rock, before the closed session and before there was even any conversation of what was happening with the public. I think we probably need to look internally on that one. Regarding the STR survey, I also attended the PC meeting on Monday and received and reviewed the draft meeting, the survey, as I stated earlier. I agree some of the questions posed can be leading. It's actually either way, for or against. So I do encourage that we continue to work on those questions so they become unbiased. When discussing the type of survey, I appreciate Trustee Milnick's comment on Monday about the phone survey, because many of us were like, a phone survey? And the challenges with the phone survey, and then he made me think, the surveys do need to be inclusive of township residents' opinions. The past patterns that we have seen, that I have personally witnessed, is that when a public, something's gonna come out in the public, there's a small group, an email group that gets told, make sure you show up, make sure you do this. Full stories aren't being told. I do believe that between the COI public meeting in September, which I spoke about at the PC meeting, and the STAR workshop meeting in January, honest and truly, that was inflated. It was very, very one-sided. So if a phone survey is gonna give us true opinions of what the township wants, and not just small groups of individuals that will benefit from it, I'm going to encourage you to do it. And if phone isn't the way to do it, I'm not sure an open survey on the website is the answer, and or a QR code, which was discussed, because anybody can take the QR code, unless there's some safety mechanisms that are put in place to make sure that township residents are the ones taking the survey. It was a long meeting today. I appreciate your due diligence. I appreciate the conversation, and I really do hope that we can come to some resolve quickly on all of this, particularly the clerk. And I don't know how the township moves forward especially with the newspaper that was sitting here. I don't know how the township moves forward until we come out and figure that one out. And how really do we become a team? Because we've lost it. Thank you.
Kim Mangus, Brown Bear Lane. I'll keep this really short. With everything that's going on, you guys have a lot on your plate. And you had a massive, I mean, this is a ridiculously long meeting, but you have covered a massive amount of territory. I don't know what the status is on the elimination of Zoom. You all know that I don't think that removing public comment and the elimination of Zoom is a good thing. I think it provides a tremendous service, especially when you have a meeting like this, for people to be able to go back and look at things, but also to maybe attend while they're taking care of their kids, while they're doing other things that they can't just step away. In addition to that, during that discussion, there was some discussion of perhaps returning to posting public submitted articles, letters to the board, et cetera, in the packet. I'd really like to encourage you to do that so that when you do have things like this, I've gotten personal texts like, wait a minute, I wanted to say something about that from people who couldn't make it to a morning meeting. Being able to have your letter read out loud to the board and or also at least posted in the packet really does go a lot farther than you realize, I think, in making people feel like they at least have some opportunity to contribute and be heard. Thank you.
All right, any further board comments or discussion? Go ahead, Tim.
I have one, and thank you, Kim, for bringing that up, because it reminded me that we did talk about that with the correspondence. I thought of a way that we could do it, I think. I mean, we already keep a book of correspondence that comes in. I suppose if it's an email, you print them out and you put them in the book, right, Wendy? Mm-hmm. So why can't we, like we do with minutes, why can't we have an area on our website that gets loaded with correspondence, maybe with a date and a name, and put it on our website, and then have this line on our agenda be clickable, and for people that we wouldn't have to announce correspondence, it would be like PC minutes. You just want to go look at them, click on it, and I think that would satisfy that thing that we talked about doing.
You know, maybe Brookhouse could help us with that.
Yeah,
To create a little space
if we just
there.
had a spot, and then it's clickable, and then we don't forget to, like at the last minute.
That was my idea. Yeah.
Well, whatever, it
Yeah,
was
I
our
know.
idea,
Yeah,
but
but I mean, it was good to have it though in the agenda though as clickable. I didn't think about that.
yeah, and then just,
But I was just gonna put them on the website.
yeah, and then we can link to it here.
Well, we did that before with short-term rentals. We had that space with
Just
the
because
minutes.
of the increased amount of, and probably less FOIA and all that.
Yeah.
So the only thing we have to be careful about is just that still is more work for you to redact the personal information, because otherwise some people have had their personal space invaded.
Correct.
If it's not properly, the information needs to be there for the board. If we need to follow up, it's got to be redacted from the public, things like
But you would,
address, phone
but you
number,
would leave
email.
their name, but just get rid of
Yes,
emails
yeah,
and
but-
address, right?
But not,
Just take the email address or physical address off.
Yeah, some people don't want,
And
depending on what they have to
also
say,
phone
they don't
number.
want people to know where they live,
yes. Okay, all right. Good enough. I think we're down to motion to adjourn. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second, Melnick.
Seconded by Milnick. All in favor?
She never came in.
No, I've been